Alright, welcome back. This is the final episode of the Temple of Sun and Moon. So, had a long combat last session, but I think this will be the one we wrap it up. So, it's been a long, nice, fun arc, but give us a little recap on what happened last session. It was a long fight, and I think we also got cut off a bit at the end, but Steph, you can fill us in on what we missed.
Okay, so I don't remember much of what happened, like between then and here. Some of it's a bit fuzzy, and then I burst into flames, and of course back to normal. We go down a bunch of steps because we hear blood-curdling screams, which is a bit insane. Two dead bodies. Well, dead bodies. Like you've got Rip Dip and you've got Tree Man on the floor. We drag him out. And suddenly you've got this giant sun, this giant moon, and all hell breaks loose. Is that loud noises as in this background noise, or is
No.
It's
just all of a sudden Irina just came
no.
like 0 to 100.
I've lost my train of thought.
Sun and Moon. Lots of fire.
Sun and moon. Hell breaks loose. I don't remember much else. Some weird ass thing like is perched on Andy's shoulder. She pops in and out of nowhere every 5 minutes. We've got to somehow get the sun and moon to hug. Carius goes down. We get very close to getting them together. Andy then disappears. And we can't find her. The weird crazy lady in black then follows. We managed to break the sun and the moon, and then I don't know what happens after that. I kind of black out.
Okay, I'll be happy to help. So there was another moment where the single part which stood out was probably also when Irina, you burst into flames and you saw the sigil leaf's kind of fleshy exterior of leaves and vines also just explode away. The sun and the moon turned to you and said something about a curse had been sanitized or something like that. And not sure what was going on because he was in the heat of battle, quite literally the heat. But the sun and the moon's rocky exterior broke away, revealing a mechanical, more robot-like structure underneath. And they had these glowing bars around the outside. Andy seemed to reach into the astral sea and witnessed again the sun and the moon seemingly conjoined together, but this time they heard the voices behind it, and it both seemed to represent one or the other. They asked if he was taking the trial, and they kind of wished you luck on it, but the danger kept on rising as the sun and the moon did not let up, unleashing fiery spells, icy ones, and unfortunately, Carius went down in a blaze of glory. Though Kashan was nearly ending the fight, you stunned one of the largest of the sun, and I think right after that is when Andy disappeared into the astral sea, still with this nightmare, this shadowy figure attached to her. After the battle had been won, both the sun and the moon seemed to float upwards, affix themselves to the ceiling, and shine a light onto the huge platform. At that point, a staircase began to lower down. But as you rushed over to your allies, we find that Carius is no longer moving or responding. And the chamber door opened. Rip Dip and Sigil Leaf kind of wandered in, wondering what was happening. And Natasha, aka Sinvala, has also disappeared into the astral sea to try and get Andy back. But before we do anything else, I need Andy to roll me a death saving throw. because we didn't want to roll it without you, and I didn't want to do it myself. Okay, that is a success. Whew, goodness me, that was a tense one I was not looking forward to this whole time.
Mhm.
So, and also I did a little update to your sheet. Your saving throws have now got +1 because of your
Ooh.
cloak. That's,
Ooh.
yeah, that's an actual thing that has now upgraded. So as part of that death save, another turn would have gone by, and at that point, you would have also leveled up. So
Yay! She didn't even have to do anything. She just had to lay on her ass.
so you can roll me your hit dice. Just click your hit dice and see what happens. Meanwhile, okay, good. It's actually above average. Meanwhile, cool, excellent. It all worked out, everyone. Okay.
Yeah.
Andy, you awaken with blinking twilight stars in the distance. You think perhaps you're actually seeing stars like cartoon style, but you realize your body is still suspended within the astral sea. And as you find yourself being like tilted forward and lifted from the back of your head, and at first you might think it's that same kind of embrace that the cloak had that first time of using it, but instead facing down at you, as your vision unblurs, you see Sinvala staring down at you with a frowned expression, and her voice is kind of a little bit muffled, but your hearing is starting to come back slowly. Are you okay? Are you? You're alive. Oh, that's good. Don't have to don't have to break any bad news to the others. I'm sure they would have seen me as a villain.
She reaches up both her hands and just goes on her face. It's like, ah, you're real.
Well, sort of. In this place, I'm not sure what is real. The
Can I go
nightmare
home
has
now?
passed. That shadowy creature. Well, let's just say I banished it back to the shadows from whence it came. No more nightmares for you.
And the others?
They are still, well, when I last left them, they were still fighting. But it seems, according to these two, that the trial has been complete. And she turns, and you see that, again, that burning sun and moon, except they haven't got this burning aura about them. In fact, as you look at them and blink, you see their forms shrinking down rapidly until the molten core of the sun is left outlining an elven female figure, and the kind of cold silvery moon condenses down to an old looking short gnome with a large beard, and he's got he's got like a staff in hand, and they both look at you, and their faces are still kind of comprised of both silvery and fiery essence. But they look at you and, well, it seems as though we must congratulate you. You've completed the trial.
I mean, I didn't do anything for it. It was the others. You
Uh,
should be congratulating them.
yeah, I didn't want to say it, but yeah, that's pretty much what I was thinking. uh, anyway, you might want to get back to the others. They are rather concerned about you, it seems. Though,
Yeah.
be careful next time. Yes?
Yeah, I did a rather dumb thing.
No, it's rather brave of you, in fact. You're confronting the unknown, shall we say.
And the elf figure looks at you and says, well, there is only but one thing left to do.
Which is.
Lift the curse. Our people have been afflicted by a terrible curse. We watched as their forms grew out of control. The war that waged long ago. She seems to like shake her head. She seems a little bit emotional, too much to describe what happened, but the gnome figure tries to make sense of her words and says, "Yeah, it's a bit of a long story, but, well, we were once a united tribe, and then the blaming started happening. The moon, it fell, shattered into pieces, rained down upon us. The elves thought it was due to us, the gnomes who had, well, we had used the parts which fell to create machines, great items, magical, but they saw it as blasphemy. They saw it as an affront to the gods, to their sun. But we thought they were just being blind. And we made great machines. We were able to help them, but that's when the second reckoning came. A large portion of the moon fell into the ocean, caused a tidal wave that, well, shattered our island into pieces. We weren't always this many islands. Kind of like looks out, almost as if seeing through the entire continent and seeing the archipelago, all these tiny little islands. And that's when the war broke out. Scrambling for resources and fighting one another. And it seems as though the sun and the moon both forsake us. She says, the light that once, well, nourished us, sent us over the edge, grew out of control. And wildlife started to become untamed, ferocious. The balance had been upset. And fortunately, we were not there to help them. For we were both exploring. He shouts, we were looking through the elemental sea, the inner planes. It was our ancestors that found the sun and the moon and the spheres. They mapped out the stars. But we were the next generation. We wanted to explore further. We set out to find other planes. But when we went to return, we realized that much time had passed. And instead, our bodies had transformed. And
So
whilst they
you
go
two
on,
went on a jolly holiday and left everyone else to fend for themselves, basically?
you must forgive us. This place, time, it travels differently here. We're sort of suspended, I guess. Sometimes we don't realize how much has passed. And this is a big throwback,
Yes.
but Cyrus, when he put his head into the astral sea,
Yeah.
and like 2,000 years passed, that kind of
Mm.
thing.
Poor guy.
Yeah, probably not that extreme, but still. But
Well, it just sounds to me that they just need to kiss and make up and, you know, try and find peace with each other again. You know, opposites attract and all that.
I think we're the only two who actually tolerate each other. And you see the elfin woman say, yes, it is despair to watch what happened to our people. But we fear that we may not have been able to help them had we returned. we would have simply joined them, and at which point the entire library, the records we kept here, would be put at risk.
Might I suggest that the library get some more picture books?
Well, you'll be pleased to know there is one last picture-y type thing in the last chamber, but I think your friend is... She turns. Yes. Your friend seems to be getting there right now. And we'll jump to the cat right now, because
Meow.
Ishan, you have stepped down these stairs and into an underground chamber. Seems to be to the left and right, a long corridor with a semicircle at the end. One seems to represent half of the sun, another seems to represent half of the moon, and on each wall there is like a mirror. And the light that's kind of flooding down here seems to like fill this area and shine across to one of the mirrors. But this one seems to be ajar.
Okay, I'll approach.
You do one.
So you said there's a door here.
Yeah, there is some sort of
Slightly
like
ajar.
door, but it's got a glass. It's got like a glass window on it, and it's kind of frosted glass. So as you kind of approach, the image beyond becomes blurry. But there is another corridor and another chamber beyond as well.
Okay, I'll approach it. Is there any way to open it?
Doesn't look like there's a handle or door or anything, or like lever or anything like that.
Okay.
But as you examine the glass, it almost reminds you of like the lenses you saw before.
Yeah. So somehow I've got to manage to get sunlight through that. Is there anything on the floor apart from this kind of like mosaic thing?
Mosaic is again the sun and the moon kind of conjoined as one.
Start wandering down one of these halls.
Yeah, you find a mirror that's kind of perfectly aligned with the wall. It's sort of a curved mirror, and the light from that middle chamber is shining down this corridor and hitting the mirror. And it does shine backwards through the corridors to the right one.
And I'll run all the way across to the other one.
And as the light hits that mirror, it seems to shine off at an odd angle into the corner.
So I shall try and straighten out the mirror.
Cool. Well done. You solved the easiest puzzle so far.
I don't know. I still got to roll my check for it. No, I'm joking. Please don't.
I'm not going to risk any sleight of hand checks at this point, otherwise you will just smash it. Okay, well, you adjust the mirror, and it does seem like the light both meet in the middle, and you hear a door kind of opening. Yeah. The final chamber beyond has been revealed. Oops. Hold on. There we go.
That was a
Okay.
Kashan level puzzle right there.
That's the kind of puzzle I like. All right. As you come into this chamber, you see to the left and right are two separate chambers. One is to the left, you see there's loads of shells, and the light is glistening and reflecting off of gems and silvery looking objects. And there seems to be a book on the table with a small chair as well. There are candles, but they've long been put out. In fact, actually, there's candles in this chamber to the right as well. They've all kind of melted to the floor in a puddle of wax. To the right, you see 4 sarcophagus, and the dusty exterior seems to just sit there unmoving. There's a musty kind of smell in the air.
Is that another egg?
No, these are all wet melted candles on the floor.
Okay.
All kind of like a puddle of wax.
Are there any names on the sarcophagus?
There is, yes.
Sarcophaguses?
Which one do you want to look at?
Look at the bottom one first.
Bottom left. Okay. This one says. Second. This one says Ysildia. Ysildia sigil leaf.
Okay. Move over to these one.
Which one? The bottom right one.
Yeah.
That one says Remdigus.
Remdigus.
Remdigus Borzo. And you can roll me. Actually,
I think I've already. What are you doing, Jamie?
I don't know what okay, so this one has kind of like a shorter sarcophagus than the other.
It's a gnome.
It does seem like a smaller coffin, yeah, or sarcophagus.
What roll did you say to make?
No, don't worry, actually.
Okay. The top right.
Okay. So for this one, it says Falhani. Falhani Borzo.
I don't know where that.
And then the
forehead-
top left one says top left one says Nardwell.
sigil leaf.
Mm. Nardule. Nardule. Anyway, the four sarcophagus just sit there.
Okay. So these are most likely all of the guardians of the temple.
Sorry?
These are all most likely the guardians of the temple, is where they're all buried. Did they call them the librarians?
Yeah, keepers.
Keepers, that's the one. Okay. Huh. Intriguing. I'll walk out. As I'm about to leave, I'll turn around and just kind of like just give a bow into the room, just as a simple gesture before taking a deep breath and walking out.
Okay, just a quick thing on the are you investigating the other side as well?
Yeah, I was about to go over to the books.
Okay, so there is a book laid out on the table. Seems to be some sort of arcane cipher, something you're not proficient really in reading. Though, as you look around the shelves, you see that there is red like gems, kind of orangey red. They look like jacinths, and they're probably worth a lot of gold, judging by their size. They're kind of like this.
Oh damn!
And also, there are ornate bars of silver. And they seem to have like a kind of like a cog-looking kind of stamp on the top. And they're probably worth a bit of gold as well. And you can roll me a d8 plus 8.
D8 plus 8.
Yeah.
1.
Okay. So there is 9 sets of these. So 9 jacinths and 9 silver bars.
That's a lot of money, guys.
That is. You estimate the jacinths probably worth about, give or take, 1,000 gold
Each or as a total?
each. The silvery bars, they're probably about 100 gold's worth of silver. So you're looking at 9,900.
How do you do a GM roll?
You do.
Slash GM roll.
Plus GM roll.
Oh, there we go. No! Okay.
Oh no. What's Kashan gonna do?
I'm going to move on.
Cool. So this final chamber is a sight to see. There, on the other side, reflecting in the light, is a sparkling fountain of sorts. Looks like a basin, and either side are 2 statues, sort of standing with sword in hand to the floor. At the back wall, it seems to be. At first, you think it would be a mirror, but it's actually some sort of mural, and carved into it, you can tell there are symbols, circular symbols that seem to wrap around one large circle in the middle. And in that center, there is a sun and moon, kind of just diagonal from each other. And they are various looking symbols that they look recognizable. They don't look just like completely alien. One looks like kind of like a flame. Another one looks like kind of like a gust of wind, and another one represents kind of like a mountain, and another one represents the like a droplet of water. And then around those are 4 more. It seems to just kind of come out. I'm going to give you an image of what it kind of looks like, but without the actual, without those symbols. The sun and the
Okay.
moon is probably the only thing that actually looks accurate.
Yeah. Okay. I'll approach. I think. Yeah.
All right. Okay. So. So yeah, the stone pond is filled with crystalline liquid that dominates this large chamber. But other than that, the only thing in the chamber are there's scores of runes on the walls and ceiling.
I
And
guess.
this large mural.
I guess what Kashan would do is he'd take a step back, and he would pull out the frozen flame and place it down in front of him, and he'll sit down in front and begin to meditate,
Okay.
thinking of all of the symbols and trying to find almost like a coalesce as to like how they fit into this puzzle. How are they all connected?
Okay. You can roll me an Arcana check, but add your wisdom instead of your intelligence.
So that is a 19.
Okay, that's a pretty good roll. Looking over these,
You said add my wisdom, right?
yeah, that's right.
Yeah, cool.
So we're gonna bring up the image again, because in the center there is a circle, and flanked by that is both the sun and the moon, which means that thing in the middle likely represents here, this planet, this space, the material plane.
Mm.
And the circles around the outside, the exterior, there seems to be 4 that separate into each corner, and they're larger than the others, and they are clearly representative of the 4 elements: fire, water, earth, and air. And in between those, there seems to be somewhat of an overlap. You could say like paraplanes, perhaps. If these elements represent the exterior, the elemental planes, perhaps, then the ones in between that likely represent the quasi planes, the borders between those planes, where they kind of overlap. It creates the plane of ooze, plane of smoke, ice, and magma. And you can see that that is representative by perhaps like a dark cloud, and then another one there seems to be this large icy kind of structure. And the magma one seems to be like scorched earth, cracked with molten. And the ooze one seems to be kind of just
Blob.
yeah, like a blob. It's like not a form you can really make out. And there are 2 more, and they seem to be at both the zenith and the opposite of that, the zenith of the mural. And one of them seems to be this radiant, glowing orb of sorts. There's like depictions of rays shining out from it, and the other one is just this dark sphere, completely black, just painted to look like it's, I guess, complete void. And other than that, when you're looking at it, you just see the crystalline pool sort of just ripple ever so slightly as you're kind of pondering over this. And I'll say that out of all the all of the symbology here, the one that closely represents what you're seeing right in front of you in this pool is quite obviously water. But whilst
Okay.
you meditate, you're probably taking your time with that. We're going to jump over to Llewellyn, because I know you've taken Carius's body upstairs.
Yeah.
And what have you done? Because a lot of people missed what happened last session. We got cut off, so Carius is now not responding and not moving.
Well, I've taken him back upstairs and I've just basically pushed everything off a table and I've just laid his body on a table. And I guess for sense, I'd probably, clean the area where I'm gonna put like the arcane circle that I'm gonna write the sigils on and ready for the procedure the next morning. Just prepare his body.
Okay. All right. So you clear the surface. There is a table that is big enough. It's a sturdy oak table, and you place Carius's body down there. You check over the necessary components, making sure that you have what you need for this ritual. And from out of your pack, you pull out a beautiful cut diamond.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I don't have it prepared, so I'm gonna have to protect us and just put us in a tiny hut for 8 hours.
Okay, so
Nah.
you begin casting that instead.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. All the while, you have the diamond placed just by Carius's body, waiting to be used. Until then, you concentrate on creating a protective barrier around you so that no more harm can come to him or yourself.
Yeah.
Alright. Meanwhile, downstairs in the main chamber, the sigil leaf seemed like he was coming after you, Llewellyn, and realized there's nothing within his power to be able to bring him back. He kind of stops halfway down the tunnel before kind of sinking his head and then turning around back to and looking back to the others. He steps forward and looks over to where Irina you are. Currently, you see Rip Dip has pulled himself up to you. He's looking really bad and exhausted, but he kind of looks up at you with sad-looking eyes.
Where, where's Andy?
Irina's currently probably at the spot where Andy disappeared from, and is not really sure what she can do. She doesn't even really know where Andy went. All Andy has ever said is like, "Oh yeah, the stars," and it's kind of weird. She's never really sat down and explained it. So yeah, she's probably going to take a seat where she last, like just away from where she just saw Andy, because obviously if Andy does pop back up, she doesn't want to be in that spot, because we know from past experience that she pops up exactly where she left. I'm gonna, and I'm potentially still on fire. So I'm going to sit myself down. I'm going to pull out Candlewick, but instead of like summoning the blade, I'm actually going to turn it upside down and actually set the candelabra down on the floor. Pull out a candle, stick that in the top, and let Candlewick sort of light himself or whatever. And then she's going to sing the song that Smolder taught her. Just sort of into almost like the void, as like trying to sort of call to her, because she doesn't know where she's gone, but she's obviously still got a connection to this particular spot because that's where she last was. Says, when darkness falls and the cold seeps in, look to the stars and the fire within. They call you, child, can you hear their song? The lighthouse is near where you belong. And she's literally just going to repeat that again and again.
As you sing this word, the flame rises up, kind of elongates, and you see all around this cavern, you see those lotus blooms and those desert flowers sort of blooming, and where they were kind of just a spiky looking cactus before, there's this beautiful red flower kind of sprouts out, and the same with these lotus flowers. Everything around this chamber becomes this vibrant blue and red, kind of intermingling. And Riptib's just kind of like in awe, looking around. "Ah!" And he tries to sing along with the song, but he does it under his breath.
I
So
also
there's
do
not-
realise I didn't do that in accent, but you know how hard some of those words are in a Scottish accent. When it's not natural to you, it's like, no,
No.
no.
Yeah, Riptib tries to repeat some of the words, kind of, it's in like broken common. Um, the Sigil Leaf kind of watches and waits as well, wondering what's going to happen. But he keeps his distance from you because there's a lot of fire going on. And meanwhile, I guess we go full circle back into the Astral Sea. So the two who've been talking, discussing and describing what happened.
There is still a curse on our tribe, even though it seems as though unity has finally come about. Your friend,
And you see them kind of like look over yonder, and the elf says, "Your friend is calling you back. Can you hear them?"
Can I hear them?
I mean, it's
And
Arena. She's bloody loud enough.
Mm-hmm.
You can see her from multiple dimensions.
as you try to listen out for this, you're not sure whether you're imagining Irina's voice, because this place seems to be a plane of thought and dreams, but you almost visually picture them. But there's a smoky kind of aura, this black nebula that seems to be swallowing the stars. And as you kind of listen towards it, you do hear a voice very slowly coming through it. Whether it's the same song that Irina is singing right now, well, I'll leave that to be a mystery, but maybe it's just your imagination, but you can hear it.
Well, she knows how to go back, so after kind of like listening for a little while. I mean, does it sound like just one voice, or is it kind of like two voices that are almost merging into one? Because of course Irina's accent is very distinct.
Roll me a perception check.
Perception, yeah?
Yeah.
17.
That's very keen. You can hear a voice, and it's not quite Irina's. There's some slight tone that's different, but it is doing a very good job of mimicking it.
Great.
I know who you can hear. I think maybe
I'm glad you do.
I might be overlooking it or thinking too much. Maybe.
Regardless, it's coming from that shadowy nebula that you can see in the Astral Sea. And it seems so far away. And yet it's kind of expanding and blotting out more and more stars. And the two kind of turn back to you and say,
She's a strong one, that ally of yours. Well, seems like they're even capable of freeing themselves.
"Yes, that was quite interesting to see. If only we possessed that power as well, we might free ourselves from this curse."
Well, I will go back and we will try and help you. I mean, you both seem like very nice people. You don't deserve to be trapped.
Thank you. And please tell your friend that, well, they've earned their drink. They kind of smile, looking both to each other, and they turn back. And the little gnome says,
Yes, what she's saying is, you can have a drink on us.
Sure. Okay. I will see you on the flip side, I suppose, at some point.
"Maybe sooner than later."
Maybe.
See you in a bit. Bye.
And she pops the hood off her cloak.
How to
Invala-
turn this thing off?
Yeah, so Andy, as you pull yourself into the material plane, you know, yeah, we'll do this first. Sinvala watches you go first, and then waits a moment. She doesn't seem to follow straight away behind you, but we'll do you first. So, Irina, where the candle is sitting, you see the flame suddenly waft slightly. Something is being displaced in the air, and as that candle flickers, it suddenly extinguishes, and the smoke um, billows towards the location where Andy last stood, and it spirals around. And as it spirals, you see Andy's cloak spin out and back into the material plane. The stars still flickering slightly.
I literally go to like hug her. I'm like, Andy, and then I have to stop myself. Wait, no, douse the fire.
Irina, you're you again.
You should bloody hope so.
I've missed that accent that I can barely understand. Where?
Andy, you see Rip Dip also run over to you and try to hug you.
Ugh.
We missed you.
Where is everyone else? Why is there a big staircase in the middle of the room?
Kishan went that way. Llewellyn's gone to deal with Carius. And someone had to try and find you, and it's all a bit of a bloody mess at the moment. But no one screamed, so I think we're safe.
Good.
What happened to the dark lady?
The kind of weird lady with the cloak and the well, I have a cloak too. Okay.
The one who's
Probably
not
bit-
part of the group.
Yeah, she kind of like looks around like she was with me.
She said she went to get you.
Yeah, she did. I mean, I squished her face to check she was real.
Is this how you greet people now?
Well, I didn't know if I was dreaming or not.
Okay.
But she was real. But she's gone. I don't know. She was here, but she's not. Well, she was there.
What do you mean?
I'm guessing she's still there.
Well, if she got in, she can get out, I suppose.
Suppose? Yeah.
Do you want to go find Kishan, and I'll go find check Carius is alright?
Okay. You say he went up that way?
Sure.
And she starts running off.
Right. Okay.
Probably with a rip dip on her leg, so she's having to limp.
Yeah, yeah, probably. Trying to give himself a piggyback. The sigil leaf
You're
kind of looks
bloody
at you and
heavy.
the sigil leaf takes a deep bow at you, and as you go by, you see he does cast a quick cure wounds on you as well. So hold on a second. Where is he?
Did I gain those 8 hit points from
Yes,
before?
you did. Yeah, that's exactly right.
Cool.
Where did I put him? There they are. Okay. He's going to heal you with his highest level slot as well. Why not? And you heal for another 12.
Excellent.
It is good that you are safe. And,
Dashing off up the stairs.
alright, you dash off. Meanwhile, Sinvala. Now, normally, you don't see what's happening on wherever your characters aren't. But, for, I guess, for a side scene, we see Sinvala is talking with the two, the elder elf and the old gnome, and she's saying, I couldn't find what I was looking for. Your aura is rather marvelous, but just as complicated. There's something I need to find out, and it is when the next the next time you come to hold hands, the next time you come to a unity, so to speak, and they look at each other and look back. Oh, I think I know what you mean. And the elf says, "Ah, yes." She looks over to Simvala and approaches her. We can offer you this information. It is such a marvelous sight. And Natasha says, yes, yes, it's something I wouldn't dare want to miss. And we cut scene as they say the next date for this occurrence will be, and we'll cut back to Kashan. So,
Bastard.
Kashan, your haste wears off, and you feel lethargic. You suddenly kind of exasperate, and you gasp for air momentarily. And as you do, you see Andy suddenly coming down the steps towards you.
My eyes did.
Keshan!
Kashan's probably still deep in thought at this point. However, as you do turn the corner and shout it, you kind of see his ears flicker.
She basically runs over and leaps onto his back.
Oh, it's good to see that you're safe, Andy. I wasn't in the middle of meditation. It's all fine. He'll kind of stand up, turn around, and I will give her a soft hug and say, "I'm glad to see that you're safe." He'll then take a deep breath. Sorry, go.
It was a little hairy, but not as hairy as you are, but
It's a bit hard to avoid that one.
The nice lady and the nice man in the other plane, they kind of turned into a short little dude and a really pretty lady. And, well, they said to have a drink on them.
He cocks his head.
So,
Did they say
there
who
any
they were?
booze anywhere?
Did they say who they were?
Well, I have a very funny feeling that they are like the sun and the moon, judging from their story that they were telling. Basically, they went on a little holiday, left everyone to start arguing, and came back and thought, oh shit, we did something bad.
Aha. Kashan kind of stares off in the distance. He's kind of like mouthing words under his breath. And he turns towards the mural again. And takes a step forward.
They said they were like saying that they were cursed, and then they were talking about drinking something, and then having a drink on them, and that I'll see them soon. So I'm guessing they're coming to have a drink with us.
Well, they are always here after all. And he will reach down and he'll bat the water. No. He'll cup his hands together and fill them within the water.
Okay. Yeah, you cup this crystalline water in your hands.
He will then look up to the mural, looking towards the sun and moon. Raise it up as if to cheers, and will take a drink from the water.
Okay.
No, why is the music changed? Why is it now creepy? Why is it okay?
Because as you're drinking this, flashing images start entering into your mind. Everything that happened here. Memories, discussions, conversations start flooding. It's in every knowable language. Gnomish, Elvish, Sylvan. It's all kind of washing through you. You hear it being spoken in every conceivable language at the same time in unison, and yet it's not overwhelming. In fact, it's like a moment of clarity, of understanding that all language is unified by one core thing: communication, the transference of ideas from one to another. The languages that people choose to use flow like water. It is It is like water being poured into a vessel. It shapes to that vessel. Same way words form into a sentence. And this unbelievable kind of revelation comes to you and gifts you with this ability. You gain a level up, Kishan, and you can increase your wisdom by 1 as well.
Ooh.
And
Yes!
straight after you've finished having your fill, you suddenly hear the sound of a large stone lid being hefted and falling to the floor and cracking.
I didn't do it.
I'm going to pick up the lantern, place it in my bag, just gather my things, and I don't say a word, and I walk past Andy.
Am I following you? Okay, I'll wait here.
How does Andy react to the shinies?
Oh, I think they rushed straight past them.
Didn't see them.
Yeah. Kishan, you see, getting out of the sarcophagus is a tall, slender female form. Their face, skin covered in leafy texture. The hair kind of a mess of roots and vines. And they look at you and they sort of stare. Their body is heavily under the influence of the sigil leaf. And their mouth seems to be completely like sewn shut, it seems, from like just the overgrowth. And as for the other one, well, the other thing looks very much like Rip Tip, fuzzy, furry, except the fur is much more grey. Whoops, should be this one, by the way, should be this side. You see, again, another Bullzo even, and he seems to be just very rickety. You can hear his joints clicking and snapping. He looks at you, Kishan.
Well, don't just stand there. Give me a hand.
And I'll, of course, speak in their tongue, and I'll just say...
He is kind of roaring and growling, but you seem to understand it.
I'll rush over and go, of course. And I'll just go over and just like a child.
Shugi, thank you. God, I've been laying down too long.
And you hear the other one sort of creak wood, kind of like the floorboards like creaking, but it's just her limbs. And she climbs out and stands quite a bit taller than you, Kishan.
I just kind of look up and down at them both, and I just go, and I'll take a step back and just give a bow to them both, and say, probably muddled up and like trying to fit both languages into one, so it's like jumping between languages.
It is one. Whenever you speak, it is the same language, but everyone understands you.
Oh, that's cool. Well, then it's.
I mean, sorry, the gnomish looking, well, god damn it, the grey looking Borzo says, "So, see, you've wet your tongue with all the languages. Well done."
I think so. I'm not entirely sure if I actually have to get any kind of training in or anything like this. But
No, no, not at all.
how?
He starts to kind of move along.
Your training, well, we've already done all the hard work. Your ancestors, our ancestors, their knowledge has been passed on to you. Their spirits are infused with that water.
I drank the spirits. But how?
How did ectoplasm taste?
It was an experience. How did it taste, out of curiosity?
You were being overwhelmed with such visions of wisdom that it was hard to tell if there was a taste. But I will say that at first it was refreshing and more like sparkling water, I guess. And then it hit you. It hit you with every flavor you can possibly imagine. It was one after another. Like every language held a flavor with it. So with the sigil leaf, it was kind of like this earthy taste. And then with the Borzo, there was kind of like this metallic sort of taste. And whenever you speak that language, whenever you're trying to communicate with someone, there's still that kind of that memory, that aftertaste that was there.
It was quite an experience, actually. It's definitely something to get used to. But
I see.
how are you both still here?
Well, we never died. Our bodies were being held. Suspended animation.
And he comes over to the table and taps the book with his old rickety staff.
I'll follow out. I look over at it.
He says,
Astral projection.
I have no idea what that is.
You will, eventually. Perhaps that's what you should train to next. We feared that returning to our bodies in this cursed state would have us at each other's throats. But now that that knowledge has safely been passed on to you, well, there is no more risk.
Does this mean that I'm the new keeper?
You are, but you may take it with you. For that knowledge can be shared. It can be spread. No longer needs to be cooped up in here. After all, I don't think many people come these days.
and you kind of hear a muffled chuckle from the elf, but it's hard to speak through the overgrown mouth.
We used to be a welcoming tribe. We tried to learn as much from as many races as possible, but now we're deserted. Seems though you go traveling, yes? You could go spread the word. Now, where's that fiery looking one?
She's upstairs. Wait, how do you know of Irina?
We saw through the lens of those constructs you were fighting.
Oh, okay.
Unfortunately, we could not control them. They were just doing their duty what they were programmed to do. But I'm sorry for your friend. Did not mean for this to take life. Only merely to challenge. They would not have harmed him whilst he was down. But it seems as though some other force tried to take him from us. Well,
Did Chauncey
anyway.
Carriers go down?
You did, yes.
I did, okay. Well, Chauncey's dropped, and he goes, I know that we have a plan ahead.
Good.
We know what we can do now, but of course what we must do.
Let's get your Sylvia fixed up, shall we? And they start to head towards the steps, and they come out onto the main chamber, and Riptip and the Sigil Leaf stare, like, in amazement. They're like, what the? And the Sigil Leaf looks and goes, it's like if you were old and crusty. It's like you of the future, it seems, Riptip. And Riptip's like, yeah, well, that's you if... actually, I won't go into that.
I'll just kind of say, like, Rip Tip, I'd probably suggest being nice to this one.
You just hear a kind of scoff from the elderly-looking Borzo. It's like, huh, you young whippersnapper, been causing quite a bit of problems, it seems. Or at least your chief has. About time we settle differences, wouldn't you say? And the other one kind of nods in agreement with this. The Sigil Leaf seems to be confused. Wait, but what do you mean? You're going to unite the tribes? Not as you are. And you see him looking around the chamber. Where is she?
Irina?
Yeah, Irina would probably be sort of, if Llewellyn's cast the sort of tiny hut, she's probably sitting outside it, just sort of hugging her legs, just like waiting, basically.
Okay. As I'm walking out, I'll just kind of like check over Andy one more time now that kind of the most has just happened, and he'll just help her out if, like, because obviously she went down, if she's struggling walking or anything like that. She's hopping.
Yeah. Okay.
I think most
So-
of her injuries were afflictions of the mind rather than her body, though, so.
That's right.
So then he'll look down with a soft smile.
Yeah, she probably looks a little bit more ashen than she normally does. So.
Okay. He'll just stick
And
close.
I don't know if you were there, but of course she did scream out Papa at one point.
Yeah. I think it was in the middle of combat, and I think I was on the other side. I'm not sure, but we can go back to that. I can explain.
So, Irina, you see a very old, grey-looking Borzo come up the steps, followed by a very tall, overgrown-looking Sigil Leaf. Lots of their leaves have kind of withered and kind of dried up in places, and their mouth is completely like overgrown. There you are. You don't understand a word that's being said by this thing. You just sort of hear it say, "Sibi Otto Oka Shoto." Hmm?
I'm just gonna look to Sean. What's he say?
Oh yes. And I'll just kind of
I
like.
assume you got the tongue.
I'll say back in Scottish.
Aye.
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 Yeah, you get a taste of haggis on your lips.
How dare you?
Yeah, I'll just
She
be.
really hates haggis. Her favourite food is chocolate, so.
I haven't had some up.
But
So-
yes, I will be reiterating to Irina. Okay.
You. How did you burn all of this away?
And like gestures with his staff towards the sigil leaf.
I am mighty and powerful. Need I say more?
I'll say in Gnomish. She's practically made the fire.
Not like the fire I was expecting.
Ask him what he wants. Get to the bloody point.
Okay, give me a sec.
Maybe a bit more polite than that.
Moa. Tula?
She possesses a power that she yet not knows how to use? How strange. There is a curse upon our people.
There it is.
I would see it undone.
I'm sure you bloody would.
I'm not repeating that.
You have all the knowledge contained within these libraries as a compensation or a payment, if you wish.
My translation is a bit loose with that.
The translation is literally the library is yours.
No, I don't. I kind of skip out with the library if I hear the Velen listening in. If it's just us.
What exactly do you say then?
It's like,
I need to know.
the library is. And then he looks at him.
Vast.
Very open.
Yes. Look, just ask them what they need uncursing, and I can do it.
So
It's
how
fine.
we meant to be undoing this curse?
Well, I don't know. She was the one who did it. I've never seen it before.
I think what he's trying to say is whatever you did with what I can only assume was Candlewick, he thinks that that would be able to save
Alright, okay, let's
Citra Leaf?
go this way. What for them is the source of the curse? I can't just go around and individually uncurse everybody. That's going to take me a lifetime. There's got to be an object that it stems from.
Take you a day. Warlocks get short rest slots back. So they say
The sun and the moon forsaked us. When we turned against one another, we broke that union. That pact.
Alright. So the symbol of your union, I assume, would be like that throne room thing? Or the place with the big lenses?
Yes,
Yeah, which one?
yes.
the one where we, and before he finishes, you hear the sigil leaf speak up and says, "The one where I stood, we gave praise to the sun, to Helios, for his blessings. It was a room for worship."
Alright, well, once we've sorted Carius out, I will be more than happy to look at it for you. But until Carius is up, I'm not moving.
Then I shall gather the tribe. We, as one, will unite.
Alright,
Well,
well, we'll meet you there.
Wait, I don't gotta go all the way back, do I? Everything on Long run.
Everyone looks around to Rip Tip.
We would normally fly you back, Rip Dip. But... And I'll look over to the tiny hut.
Andy cast fly on him.
Oh, yay!
And
flies
Llewellyn
away.
kicks him.
I kind of wish for Riptip to stay with us for a while before he goes.
Why is that?
Things and reasons.
I'm gonna go get the tribe.
Yeah, you go do that, but before we undo the curse, I need you in your current form.
It's fine. I'm not breaking the curse until Carius is up, and then we've got to gather with them anyway. So
I won't cross fly until he goes to leave.
Okay, okay.
Wait, so what's actually the difference between Rip Dip and this elder?
hardly anything, except the elder seems to be a bit smarter.
He's covered in grey fur. He's like balding, patchy kind of areas on him. He's holding a staff, which makes him look intelligent.
But if I hold like a coin up to him, does he go gold?
No. Oh, you like on him? You mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. Some of his skin texture does seem to change.
Yeah, so what do you mean you want him in his current form? This is... Or while he's still in this form. That is their form.
Yeah.
Regardless, Rip Dip's flying off like, "Hooray!" and he flies out the door.
Well, that's so... That's then... He does realise that only lasts for like an hour, right?
No, he doesn't. So he's gone, and he'll probably fall out of the air at some point. But
Rinsed himself.
that's neither here nor there. So
We just killed Rip Dip unknowingly.
Hopefully he goes that chasm when he falls.
No.
No.
Come on.
No. I go around each of their languages saying no.
Harriet is the only person we haven't come to yet, because we're going to go into that separate room. And Cameron, sit your ass back down.
Yes.
Now deafen yourself and drag yourself to DM whispers. At least so the stream can still hear. Because we're going. All right. No spoilers for you, Cam. Hello? Hello? Oh, yeah. Okay, I'll turn on my camera. Okay. James, are you there? I can't hear you. Oddly. Weird. Hello?
I know why. I've had my mic on mute the entire time.
Right. Oh, that'd be why. Ah, all right. So, Carius,
Yep.
you felt a burning ray of sunlight hit you. The radiance shone so brightly that it felt like it was burning away your very essence, your soul. Except in this space, in this moment, everything has been frozen. You feel a cold chill in the air, despite having just been expelled from your body with radiant light. And you start to see kind of icicles building up around everywhere. The ground starts to kind of chill, and you can even see your breath. And everything seems to become icy and transparent, such that you're able to see through the walls of the chamber. Beyond it, you see a huge wave has been frozen in place. Looks like it was about to impact the actual shrine itself. Within that wave, you see kind of all sorts of sea creatures frozen in place as well. There are like whales, dolphins, all kinds of great sea mammals are just stuck there in this wave, kind of coming towards it. They seem to be draped in like kelp and seaweed as well. And just as you're marveling at this sight, there is a chill up your spine. Behind you, feel a presence.
I'll turn and look at this presence.
I don't think we've had the pleasure of meeting yet, have we?
Depends. Who are you?
You see a tall, stylishly dressed individual, a tiefling like yourself, except purplish skin instead, and a long tail that sort of curls around and toys with the air. And he's wearing a red cape. It seems to just bellow slightly. And he looks at you and smiles and goes, "But of course, how rude of me. My name is Glory," and takes a bow.
Right. Nice to meet you, I suppose. I'll bow back.
It's a bit chilly here, isn't it? My apologies for that. Death's cold embrace tried to get you before me. And you see a purplish flame coalesce around his hand. And he kind of blows it into the room, and you start to see everything kind of melting away. And a warm presence fills the chamber.
Oh, that's
So,
a bit better.
he kind of rubs his hands as he comes towards you. That was unfortunate. Didn't look like it was quite to plan.
Well, I kind of forgot to use one of my abilities, which is heat of battle, you know. And
Hmm. I watched
normally,
the fight of. Go on.
normally I've got like a big armored figure with me, but he buggered off somewhere.
Huh. Yes, I did see that one into a lot earlier in the arc. Though mistakes were made, I did watch the fight over a few times, and well, there was one moment I think that really defined it all, and that is where that cold death tried to grip you before I could get here. He's of course referring to the natural one on the death save.
Yep.
Now, I know it's not your time, but death seems to think otherwise. Regardless, I thought I would just make my presence known, so that if ever you are in this situation again, perhaps you are in need of my aid, from one tiefling to another, I'm offering some help.
And as one tiefling to another, what's the price?
He smiles a toothy grin. Are you sure we haven't met before?
Well, um, all I know is from how my dad acts, everything has a price. Even stupidity in my case.
Well, what is the price of your life? What would you value your own being?
Oh, now that's a bloody tough question. I mean, to be honest, for me, it's never really about. I mean, ever since I left home, it's never really been about me surviving. It's been making sure that everyone else lives If it means I go down, I go down.
Well, selfless as you are, I am also looking for someone who is loyal. And with a particular set of skills like yours, I think we'd make good partners.
Well,
I don't
that piques my interest.
I don't plan on being here or doing this job the rest of my life. But when the time comes, perhaps I'll enlist you in my little alliance I'm building. For now, though, just consider this a touch base sort of deal. But if you do get dangerously close to dying again, then perhaps you might want to sign this before you are snatched away to whichever afterlife judges you. And you see a purple flame appear, and it seems to unburn a large scroll. And by unburn, I mean like it looked like it would have burnt up like parchment. However, it sort of actually appears from the
I'm
flame.
pretty sure that's not how fire works.
It
Not
is.
normally, anyway.
You're right, but when you have a little bit of time manipulation, you can unburn things quite easily. So, this is a contract, a sort of mission agreement, and he rolls it up, hands it to you. You can read it in your own time. But
Rightio.
if you feel like things are about to get very perilous, just sign your name on there.
Well, I will certainly keep that in mind, Glory. Yeah, it's always good to have future employment plans on the go. Because at the moment, I'm honestly not sure I'm getting paid for the job.
You'll definitely have riches if you follow me. More than this material plane can offer you. And
Oh,
with that,
yeah.
he gives a little sly wink, another toothy grin, and he seems to peer out towards the translucent tidal wave impending and says, "Ugh, don't be so dramatic. He's in safe hands." And you see the ice is suddenly melted away. That tidal wave comes towards the actual temple, crashes through it, and the water floods into the chamber. As you're looking around in panic, you turn to see Glory has already disappeared. As the wave hits you, everything around you seems to be kind of like washed and cleaned away, except instead of you, you're swept up in this kind of spiraling whirlpool lifts you up and pulls you higher and higher. And at that point, probably where you're going to be coming to consciousness. But of course,
Okay.
we'll see what happens with that as we go back to the others. So let's jump back.
Okie
Dling,
Oh.
dling, dling, dling.
That was a
All right,
situation
we're back.
I wasn't expecting.
Yeah, I bet it wasn't. Okay,
Mission
so I'm going to
begun.
fast forward a day here so that everyone has had a long rest. Unless someone wants to do something over the course of the night, let me know now. Nope.
I think
Okay,
I'm all
cool.
good.
No.
All right, then we will skip over to the next dawn, and you can all have a long rest safely within the confines of the tiny hut. And Lavellen, you're preparing your spells for the new morning.
I am. Let's see. So many I want to keep. Do I really want to
Oh my god, just
prepare
get
that one?
It's for a day. A day, Lavella.
Chris, have we gone through dust through to dawn after this fight, or just literally just dawn?
Dusk and dawn, yes.
Dusk and dawn. X. So I can roll a d6.
Yeah. In fact, it's the strangest thing. When everyone feels recovered is also the exact moment at which your cloak recovers. And it's strange because you think to yourself it must be dusk, and to the others they think it must be dawn.
Mhm.
Huh.
Yes, we tampered with the cycles a little bit just because we didn't want our records to turn to dust. So we made sure that everything is in a little loop.
So time here is effectively frozen.
It isn't frozen, it just goes in a loop.
Either way, it's handy for me because I have one thing that judges at dusk and one thing that judges at dawn.
Yeah.
Yep. He begins to he begins to trace a magical mark in the air. It's like infinity. And he says, "This is what a normal day looks like." And he draws a circle. But it looks like flipped it over so that where dawn and dusk are intersect. And he points to the middle of the infinity sign.
I see. Does
It's
this
the
make
only
sense
way.
to anyone else?
It's the way to unite two tribes, one who worships the sun and one who worships the moon. Therefore, they can both meet at the same time. You just see them, the sigil leaf, slowly nodding along with that. And
Or is it like in
sorry,
some
yeah.
parts of the world when you don't see the sunset or the moon set or whatever?
It's almost like they're reversed. You can see both in the sky at once, and you're there when they sort of cross over.
Yeah.
Close enough.
See.
I'm explaining it to a child level. Child?
Kushan's listening.
Mentally.
I am offended.
I meant the cat too, you know.
I was
Not
going to
just
say,
you.
Kushan's just listening wide-eyed, like, mm-hmm, uh-huh. That makes a lot more sense.
Time nonsense for dummies. No offense, of course. I say it with love and affection.
You better.
Of course. Would I lie to you?
Yes.
When have I ever lied to you? See, you can't answer that question because I've never done it.
My. At this point, you see Cirrus is just watching from above in the rafters and is looking down at Carius, kind of cocking its head. And Sinvala walks in and says, "I think it's rather rude to stare, Cirrus. Why don't you come down?" And you see the owl sort of come and perch on her hand. So, Llewellyn,
Yeah. It's time. So you see him sort of tap into the weave and draw these runes in a circle on Carius's chest that glow, and places the diamond with the tip pointing in the middle of this circle and runs his finger around it, and it starts to spin. And when he lets go, it continues to spin, just hovering just above his chest in this circle. And he reaches his one arm up and he draws the runes next to him as well. And in between those runes next to him, the air starts to shimmer and he reaches his arm through, and to everybody else his arm disappears, like it's gone into another area or a plane of existence. And he casts message while in there towards Carius's soul in this other existence. He says, "Come back to us. Your story's not ended. We need you."
Yeah, you'd be dead if it wasn't for me.
And you see him shake his head.
I take this as a positive sign.
And the moment he feels the soul come towards his hand, he grabs onto it and pulls it back through, and you see his arm come through with this white sort of wisp, and he guides it down to the diamond, and it goes into the diamond. And like when you put a penny into like a penny dropper, it spins with the diamond and slowly goes to the tip and into the body. And then as that happens, the diamond breaks and shatters into like the faintest specks of dust before disappearing.
And it took an hour.
Beautiful.
Took an hour.
That's how long that spell takes to cast for some reason.
Yeah, it's a long process, and it
Yeah.
probably a lot of arguing to get you to come.
Yeah. Karis just sort of wakes up and just sort of looks around and goes, "Right, where's the flood? Nope, where's the tidal wave? Okay,
What?
no, okay. That must have been just... Wait." Sort of pats his body and finds where he put the thing he got, and it's just like, okay, so that bit was real.
Did you bring him
Okay.
back okay?
I don't
Maybe
know.
got some-
Did he lose an intelligence or two?
Did any of you see a purple guy around here? Give me a bit of paper.
Purple guy?
Yeah, he went that way.
Well, he had a nice red cape at least. Oh well. Why did my body feel so weak?
Purple guy.
Red
Carius,
cape.
you died.
Well, at
Was
least it
it-
wasn't any of you.
Was it like a family member?
Oh god, no. None of my family's quite that smarmy.
Like a purple guy, like an elf? A gnome?
Oh, no, he was a tiefling. Definitely a tiefling.
A purple tiefling. Where have I heard of that before? Did he have... And did he say his name, or...?
What was it? It wasn't that... It didn't really stand out that much. Fancy? No, that wasn't it. I'm the best? No. Glory, that was it. That was it.
Wait, what?
What?
Yeah.
That's the bastard that stole my
sorry.
original compass.
Glory.
Yeah, purple guy, red cape. Kind of looks like he's a bit full of himself.
Oh, he
Hence
is.
the name.
He is, and he was.
Gave me a contract that I can sign later.
A
Be
contract.
careful around contracts.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, I know. Yeah, I know.
Read the fine print.
yeah. I wouldn't sign that.
Well, it was-
Especially from the son of Asmodeus himself.
Wow.
You go saying things I do not understand.
Asmodeus?
He's kind of semi-made a deal with a devil of sorts.
Wow. I didn't.
A
make
set
the
of
deal.
sorts. This is just what it sounds like.
It's more. He said, if I'm almost about to die in the future, I can sign this, and it'll be like taking on a new job. I'll read it later, make sure I understand the details.
Huh.
He went to look for Terrig. What job would Terrig give him?
I mean, apparently he saved me from death, so that was nice.
No, I saved you from death.
No, you brought me back to life. He apparently saved me from being sent to the afterlife. I was sort of in like a limbo, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's it like in limbo? I can't see through my hand.
Well, basically, it looked like the outside
Wanna
of the
find
temple,
out?
but there was a massive, like, frozen tidal wave, and everything was really cold. and then it melted and flooded everything.
Does that mean? Oh, does that mean he took over Terig's job? What?
What
Also,
are you saying?
who's
Ah,
who's the other Borzoan?
Oh
Is it
God,
the
yes.
Yeah, hello. Is that how we say it? You actually hear him say kind of like a broken common, like hello. The other one kind of muffles, like a. You just hear the creaking of wood from the corner.
So first of all, Cadius, it's very good to see you're alive. I'm so thankful that you're okay. I wouldn't want you to get any, loss of life on a trip that you didn't really want to come on in the first place. But anyway, I'm just happy you're here.
Yeah. Hey, Irina, you're no longer a leaf person. That's cool.
And you're no longer dead.
Yes, we win.
Win.
And you haven't burned down the library yet. That's impressive.
I was very close.
that is pretty impressive.
And Andy's there as well. Cool. Hi, Andy.
Hello.
So we all survived our brush with death.
Yep.
Wait, rest with death? I nearly died.
Maybe. And we're gonna go I'm gonna go break a curse or try to break a curse on
Yeah.
them.
Where's Rip Dip? We need to go find Rip Dip.
And that sounds like a good time to go and break.
It does. We shall go for a quick break. And hopefully by the time we come back, Riptip will come back with his tribe. And so will Sigil Leaf. So, we'll catch you in a minute. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, we are back. Let's wrap this up. So, in the next coming days, you have to yourself in the library whilst Rip Dip falls out of the air and has to crawl across the ground in a wounded, battered form, exhausted and cursed, all the way to his tribe. He got a good hour out of that flight spell, but it's going to be a while before he gets back here with his rest of his tribe. So, in the meantime, let's jump to Llewellyn because I know he's got something he wants to talk to about with Tinvala.
So, first off, I'm going to ask her about if she found anything in the library. Because
In the library, what
I
all
think
those books?
I didn't find any spell books, but apparently there were scrolls here. Were any of them
Hmm.
useful? Did you come across any?
Not that I would consider something new for me.
Anything I might consider new?
Hmm. Well, it depends. Did you get any training from Kesseres?
Um, in a sense,
Yes.
but mostly no.
Oh. Well, when I was under his wing, I learned how to contact other planes. It was kind of his speciality. It is a rather dangerous spell, however.
Yeah, I got that.
Looking beyond the veil is dangerous,
Yeah.
but it's sort of in line with what I'm trying to achieve.
Would you be able to teach me that?
I can. May take some time. We have it, though, I guess.
We do.
Your spell book. Show it to me.
Yeah. I bring out the spell book, I guess. I'm very nervous about this.
Oh. She smiles. I didn't know you had his book.
Who? Whose?
Why, Senrith's, of course.
He's the cleric who owned the book before.
She gives a slow nod.
Oh.
Back when he was a cleric, at least. Back before his god forsaked him and erased all memory of it. He no longer remembers their name.
Oh. That's
And as such, the book was of no more use to him.
okay.
He gave it over to Baba Yaga as a sort of promise of his devotion, I guess.
Well, it's come to good use for me. It's taught me things I shouldn't really know. Almost feels like forbidden magic for what I'm supposed to be able to do.
Yes, some would say secrets.
Very much so.
She nods a knowing smile. Well, open up a clean page.
Yeah, I do so. And we'll get to doing that and we'll chat about other things as we go along, I guess.
Okay.
And
Uh,
I'll also bring out like all the notes that I found in the hut to do with her
Mm-hmm.
as part of topic of conversation. And so she can understand why I came in like, oh, I know all this about you.
Yeah, she has a long conversation about what it was like living in the hut, and she asks about Eleanor and how she is.
She's a halfling now.
She's a what?
She kind of got killed by a shadow form. Well,
Killed?
an acquaintance of a shadow form of you that she dreamt up, which is how I recognized you.
Shadow form.
Yeah,
She looks to her staff and goes, that explains it. That's why I've felt a pull from this thing. I thought it was somehow glitching. She kind of shakes it. Seems there's another of me out there.
well,
I-
we kind of dispatched of that.
Somehow I'm not surprised, though. The modest young Eleanor had a very special gift. One that rivaled my own, I suppose. Though it was always under the radar of Baba Yaga. She never really truly realized what she was capable of. Her true potential.
Yeah. And what was all that purple mist inside your fireplace? It did a number on a lot of my lower magical items.
Wow, you really swept through my quarters, didn't you?
Well, someone in our group decided they wanted to try and play your piano and what you had
You
on.
didn't go through my stockings either.
No, no, no. Just they played the piano and the fireplace opened up and we were like, "Ooh,
Good. Well,
purple mist," and
I'd be careful with that stuff. Something
yeah,
I delved into whilst, fun enough, contacting other planes. Like I've said, it's a dangerous spell. I tried to hide my little mess by containing it within a small section of the hut's perimeter. There are many hidden chambers within that place, many cages,
where does
barely holding back horrors of other worlds.
where does that mist come from? What were you trying to contact?
comes from the Veiled World. I was trying to reach it. That was my first experience of finding it and trying to contact it. And unfortunately, the Veil seems to be very, very dangerous. I wouldn't dare try to cross it by normal planar travel.
Yeah. I mean, when I walked into that thing, it cleared my mind the clearest I've ever felt. It was almost like freeing.
Yes, it, She pauses for a moment. Can I trust you with a little secret?
I keep a lot of secrets, so sure.
Roll me a persuasion check.
This isn't gonna go well.
Nope.
18, 18.
18. Okay. She comes very close to your ear and whispers the name of the. She says, the name of this strange mist. And it did have a name. She comes closer to you, and in your ear, she says, it's called. And I'm going to whisper it to you, literally.
Okay.
So, there you go. Oh, crap, didn't work. Why is your name not Lavellum?
Just put it in Discord, I guess.
Oh, whisper it to you. Oh, yeah, no, I'll Discord it to you, yeah, sure.
Yeah.
She says, that's what she calls it. Now, about that spell. She goes, best not to be distracted whilst trying to learn this. And I'd like you to make me an Arcana check. Sorry, not an Arcana. It's an Intelligence check. Yeah, it's just flat Intelligence. Or is it Arcana? Okay,
20.
you smashed it regardless. All right. Over the
25 is
course,
this Arcana.
yeah, that's fine. It's definitely a success. So over the course of this day, she does teach you the spell and how to contact another plane, and also warns you of all the dangers and potentials that lurk on the other side of that veil. The glass globe, she says, that you will be penetrating is surrounded by roiling chaos, elements of unknown possibility, and further beyond that, the outer planes, where such beings will make you feel like insignificant ants. And you've learned the spell contact other plane, and you can also spend the ink necessary to copy it into your spell book, which,
Yeah.
it being a 5th level spell, would cost
250 gold
250,
two,
yeah.
yeah, 250. There you go.
because it's not a
My God.
necromancy spell.
That's fine. That's fine. Oh my God.
It's a powerful spell to have.
Yeah.
Dangerous, but powerful.
She
Did she pick up any other scrolls, or was that the
no,
only thing? Okay.
no, she
All
didn't.
right, just check. Just check.
She looks over to the orrery and says, well, Cirrus, come fly down from there. And you see it sort of hover down. She positions herself where this light is kind of shining down and against a pillar. And she positions herself on the other side of that pillar where the shadow is. And she looks over to the orrery and says, well, I've just about figured out everything I need to now. The orrery has revealed its own secret to me. And if there's nothing else, I'll be taking my leave
I guess this is goodbye for now.
for now. But it has been a pleasure to at least see someone who's witnessed the same horrors I have. At least it feels like a sort of a slice of home.
I bow to her long enough for her to disappear or whatever she's doing.
She gives a bow and a small little wink as she heads towards the shadow, like it's a doorway at the end of the stretching pillar. And where that pillar does meet the wall, she reaches forward and opens up the door to just a dark beyond.
That's so cool.
And you see her cape sort of be pulled in by the shadows. And she's disappeared. The last thing you hear is like a small hoot kind of echo away from Cirrus.
Ooh.
And that is the end of Savala for now. So,
Nice.
if you want, you look back at the Ore. You can roll me. It's gonna be an Arcana check again, but this time with disadvantage
Oh, okay.
because you don't know what you're looking for, whereas she was told what.
22.
Wow. Okay, that's still really good. Okay,
Ah, if only you hadn't had disadvantage,
I
man.
know.
you would know
Would've been-
exactly what it's all about. Okay, you look across and you're kind of like scratching your head for a moment, like she's been staring at this for days. Apparently, why has she only just come to realize what it is now? Maybe there's a secret, like she said, a secret within it. And as you're trying to look around, picturing them all, you realize that the shadows play a part in the Ore. There's a second Ore within the Ore where the shadows of each orb are being kind of projected onto the walls and onto the pillars. And that's when you kind of see it. You realize there's a particular alignment. One where the sun is blocked out by the moon. She was trying to figure out when the next eclipse was.
Hmm.
And with that, we're going to go back to the others. So,
She up to?
in the coming days, you've got some time to read any book you'd like within the library. There's too many almost to reel off, but
Just to be clear, how many days?
about just think took you how long to get here? Like 3 days. It's gonna be like at least a week, I'd say.
Oh, cool. I don't have any of my downsides. Yay.
That's good. You take your time to rest and recover and recuperate during this time. Because they're gathering the tribes, it's going to be more than just a few days to suddenly up and go. They've got to get all the people from everywhere, all over the islands. So, Irina and Candlewick, we didn't get a chance to really look at some books last time because we were rudely interrupted. But sometime before the curse was lifted, you was trying to look for a book. Or
Yeah.
perhaps
There
more.
were two things that she wanted to look up. Obviously, one was anything about Candlewick. So that's one we'll start with.
Okay, anything about Candlewick. So first of all, you can roll me an investigation check. Doop-a-doo.
19.
That plus 12 coming in hot. So,
She's a
Yeah.
librarian.
yeah, I mean, if that doesn't represent being a librarian, I don't know what does. So, the books are perfectly organized, and whoever did this was meticulous in their organizing. The old Borzo, what was his name? Doop-a-doo. Oh yeah, here we go. yeah, Remdigus is sort of looking around, dusting things off, and helping you sort of pick out the book that you're looking for as well. And oh, you're looking for something on the Shadowfell, it seems. Funnily enough, it's one particular book I was actually. You don't understand a word he's saying.
No, I was
but,
just about to
um,
say he's speaking gibberish, but I'm just going to
Tristan
let
would
him
be
talk.
hopefully translating for you. He says, it was a plane that I happened to be exploring with Yseldia here on our little our astral trip. We came across a plane of negative energy. There, we met a race that we had not yet recorded until then. And their language was documented in this book. And he plunks it down onto the table.
Okay, well, if he plonks the book down and he's chatting at me, I assume he wants me to take a look at it, so I'll wander over and have a look at it.
Mm-hmm. So it has on it, it's the inhabitants of the Shadowfell, a plane of shadow where shades and ancestors of ancient races resided. Apparently, they had floating cities for centuries and acquired many abilities from their immersion into shadowy essence. And among them, there are also terrible monsters, ones that have kind of given in to their negative emotions and become specters, wraiths, even liches. But of the ones that stayed resilient, the ones that clung on to their humanity, are a race of elves known as the Shadar Kai, also known as Shadow Fae. They're effectively the polar opposite to Fae creatures or elves from the Fae, and believed to be an offshoot. They were pulled into this dark realm um, by a long, long story, which I'm not going to get into because it's a long one. But
It's all right. I know the information out of game. But,
okay,
yeah.
in that case, then it's apparently learned that their deity that they worship, the Raven Queen, was supposedly a master of magic, and that they were able to control, manipulate, and even create shadowy weapons. One such weapon was supposedly a gift to the Shadar-kai, her people, a light that would shine throughout the darkness, one that would guide them, one that would illuminate their darkest hour, so that they might fight off the evils that reside there and cling on to their humanity. This such description seems to match Candlewick, though it does not directly reference Candlewick. Doesn't say its name, doesn't say that it was a particular type of blade, just that there were weapons made like Candlewick,
As
and that
in
the Shadar Kai were
plural?
the ones that
So,
wielded them.
so plural.
That's right, more than one.
I'm just going to sort of internally ask Candlewick if he knew this.
You feel a warm rise of heat.
Hmm. Sneaky.
They were, yeah. So some were often used to fight back monsters of the Shadowfell. Some were used to guide, like an actual, uh, like way to navigate the Shadowfell, because it's plain. It's a plain field with deep, dark dredges of emotion and planes, areas where shadow just drinks in life force. It is the closest plane to the negative plane, which is outlined here as well, and something that he plucks down another book. Uh, I guess expanded reading if you want to learn about the negative plane. But we didn't really go there. We just sort of skirted around the edges. Far too dangerous to approach. Um, but yes, apparently it's Candlewick that might be one of these weapons. You're not sure whether it was used as a guide or whether it was used as a weapon. Perhaps both. Combination of both.
I'm intrigued to know how he got here.
Hmm. There's much more mystery surrounding this, and it doesn't seem like everything's been outlined just from what they've documented and what they conversed with the Shadow Kai, because for the most part they were interested in learning their language over others, over everything else, and it seems to be a mixture of Elven and I guess yeah they speak Elven, yeah.
Okay, well, I'm going to copy down a set of notes like into my journal just so I've got the information to
Oh,
hand.
that's the one. Sorry, yeah, Elven, Sylvan, and Nether Nethersia.
Nethersil, I think it is.
Netherse? Netherse?
Oh, Netheres.
Netherese, thank you. God, yes. Netherese. And he plunks down another book, and it's the entire dictionarium of Netherese. Yes,
I don't need a dictionary.
of course not. You already know what it says.
I don't actually read all languages. It's fine.
Exactly.
This way you can learn to speak it.
Mm.
This is true. This is very true.
So why are you taking such an interest in the Shadow Kai?
You put the book in front of me.
Yes, but you're looking for something. Answers.
No, I'm just nosy.
Nosy.
I like stories about places that don't really, a lot of people don't think exist.
Well, be warned if you ever go to the Shadowfell, I'd make sure it's a short stay. Staying there too long and you might.
I don't have any plans in the immediate future to be going to the Shadowfell. My plan is to travel, and there's somewhere else I'm looking for.
You feel a sparking, dancing heat kind of prickling along your arms as you say that.
I just slapped my arm.
You feel a searing pain suddenly. As if like, hey, what? I was getting excited with you. It was an excitement. When you feel that kind of prickling pain, it's like an excitement.
Okay, I thought it was a case of, hey, don't deny it.
No, it seems Kennewick doesn't want to go back there as much as
No,
you
that's
do.
what I thought. That's why I was like,
Yeah. Yeah, the prickling heat is excitement. And that means, hell yeah, let's go. Let's go find and explore the
as
world.
far away as possible from it.
Exactly, yeah. Yeah, you feel a rising heat, like a burning passion within you. It feels like it's right next to your heart.
Which brings me to my next subject of inquiry. Any books on Evermore?
They look to you with a kind of confused look for a moment. Can't say I've heard of. And then something interrupts. You see a long leafy hand extend and place it on their shoulder, and you see the female form of that sigil leaf still standing, their their face still kind of covered up, but they seem to understand what you're saying, thanks to Kashan.
Well, I can speak to the elf lady.
That's true. That you can. She heads over to a different part of the library, completely opposite side to where you are, and starts looking through books. And finds one right at the top shelf. She has to kind of like reach up. Her body elongates and stretches, and finally a twiggy arm grips a hold of the spine of the book and reaches it down, and hands it to you with a kind of slow nod.
Have you been here, like, ever more?
They shake their head, but they kind of place their hand on their chest and then pull it away, and you see a tiny seed within their hand, and then it sprouts into a kind of old looking tree, and then she gestures towards herself as if she is the seed, but this tree is, and then this tree is something, and then gestures towards the book with that tree,
Okay.
basically referring to her ancestors.
Your ancestors are from Evermore, or knew about Evermore, or.
They nod when you say knew about Evermore.
Oh, okay. Damn. That's
Hmm.
fine. All right. Well, the stories had to start somewhere, so I'm gonna have a leaf through the book, pun intended.
Okay. All right. You learn about a world that was lost and forgotten, a world that was supposedly spirited away almost. And though there isn't exact details on it, there are theories as to what actually happened to this place. Some theorize that the world was teleported by a mass kind of conjuration spell and pulled into another plane. Another theory is that a rift was torn into the material plane, where now reaching it, you have to kind of circumvent by crossing over to another plane and then back onto the material to access it. And that
She's gonna
theory,
shake her head when she reads that one. She's like, nah,
yeah. And then
debunked theory.
and then there's a branch off theory from that, which is there seems to be some truth to it, and they extrapolate that this rift is more like a small tear where one very predominant plane mirroring the material is somehow forcing itself in and created a double-sided window or a double-sided mirror effectively, such that the other world exists on the other side, but when you try to peer into it, you only see a reflection, and that reflection is theorized to be the Feywild.
Again, I'm gonna copy down all like the relevant notes that I find. I'm just gonna sort of go to there's like a section at the back of her journal
Hmm.
that kind of covers everything she knows about Evermore so far, and she's literally just going to continue to add information.
Okay. It's strange. There are people whose family were living in the other kingdom, and they tried to reach them, and they never came back. And so it's unsure whether they found their destination or if they got lost somewhere else. Furthering the idea that there seems to be perhaps a rift between or a tear that you enter into, and you're not going into Evermore, you're going into something else. Um, and
But there's
likewise,
no known sort of like entry point or location mentioned.
Evermore is supposed to be a Eastern kingdom, and there were trade routes all across. The closest one being, funnily enough, where you came out of. You start to pinpoint it on a map, judging from the locations. There is a farming village just outside a large thicket of hedge, and you remember. I guess no, you don't remember shit. What am I talking about?
Yep.
Yeah,
You said the
yeah.
hedge, and I was like,
This is the plan.
no.
Yeah, you don't remember shit. So this is pinpointing on the map somewhere where there seems to be a massive farmland and a large thicket of um what's it called? Yeah, like overgrowth. That's where a trade route used to be, but it's since become completely overgrown ever since Evermore was supposedly vanished. So yeah, there was a trade route there, and you used to be able to sail to it as well if you go all the way around, but those merchant vessels have not returned, and same thing goes for Evermore ships that were supposed to deliver to Midra. Again, their ships never arrived. Uh, yeah, it's kind of a great mystery as to what really happened.
But like,
But
if it mentions like, especially if it mentions like farmland around the area, she's just gonna be like, she's gonna circle that spot and just like stab her quill at it and be like,
all right. Yeah, it's the farmland is just north of or northeast of God's Fair Forest, supposedly.
okay,
Okay. All right. Is that your
that's me
question?
done. Yeah, yeah.
Okay, cool. So, anyone else wanted to take a stab at the library?
Well, Carius, first of all, he'd probably read through that contract to see if, whilst he's got this time, and then he'd probably be focusing on information on the Kraken side of things and trying to learn that language or learn more about the culture because it at least links to his religion.
Okay. You can roll me just a straight intelligence check.
I don't think I'm terrible at those, but I don't think I'm great at them either. Well, at least. Yes!
God, this contract is complicated, overly complicated. It's like they're trying to trick someone, and some dull-minded fool with it, with all the wording and tricky little loopholes and fine print. But to you, this is child's play. You're easily able to read through it. You're used to signing documents when you signed up with the royal family, after all. So you read through it. Yeah, it's got the usual runaround. It's something about effectively hiring you um, as a martial force, effectively. They want you for a excursion into the nine hells. Not just any nine hells, one in particular. And I'll have to find it real quick. But the mission involves going in there and aiding him, protecting him throughout this. Yes, that's the one. Stygia. Or Stygia, I guess.
Yeah.
So, where is it? Cania, maybe. Sorry. I'm gonna get confused. It's one of those. It's one of those.
Thinking back on this, is this from the hut? Is this essentially where Glory basically contacted like that ice being sort of thing?
Yep.
Okay. Interesting.
I'll look it up real later on, but
Yeah.
it's one of those. It's the icy frozen frozen hell, effectively.
Yeah.
And your mission is basically to protect him and accompany him throughout, and return hopefully in one piece. But yeah, for an undisclosed amount of time, and that is of course because if you do die, if you do perish, the contract signs your soul over to him, and in a way, he's stealing you from the afterlife so that he can take you on this mission. So he's found his own loophole within this sort of system, and by claiming your soul for himself, you're not like whisked away to whatever judgment is awaiting you. And in return, once this mission is complete, you're free to do whatever you wish.
Okay. Certainly. It just sort of looks at this and goes, well, I know I've been told by people in the past to go to hell, but this is a new one.
Yep.
But so okay, that makes some sort of sense, I suppose, and at least it's like
It was, did you? It was.
whilst I serve him, blah blah blah, it means I don't actually die, and then potentially I can find a way to come back so I don't actually die, and then I can do other stuff.
Exactly.
It's honestly, I mean, without meaning to say this as a pun, that sounds like one hell of a journey. Sounds kind of fun.
Definitely does. And you're used to this kind of mercenary work before. That's how
Yeah.
you got hired in the first place. And
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah, it is Stygia. He wants you to accompany him too. And you're realizing why he said he needs someone with your particular set of skills. Because if you want, you could do some research on Stygia while you're here.
Yeah, probably a good idea. Oh,
Okay.
it's all sea and salt water, isn't it?
You can roll me an investigation check.
I really wish I was better at these.
3? Okay. It seems as though, as mentioned previously, that the library contained here is all the races and languages of the material plane. And
Yeah.
whilst you may ask Remdigus and Yasildia about a plane of existence outside of this, they again reiterate they only explored the elemental planes and they learned about the negative and positive, but they did not go and venture into the outer planes, aka the Nine Hells, and beyond.
Then, other than studying the crack and stuff, considering they've been to the elemental planes,
Hmm.
I would probably ask them about the elemental plane of water, because that makes because from how his religion functions, essentially, even the elemental plane of water would come under his goddess's command, because the sea links to it, essentially, because that's how sailors accidentally get there. So
Absolutely.
learning about that would be of interest.
Okay. There is a lot of information on the elemental plane of water, so I'll say you can roll with advantage on this one.
Okay, on investigation again.
Yeah. And there's a particular reason. 12. Okay.
Not bad.
There is still an abundance of information. They say that water was the one that we had the greatest affinity for. It is where we learned how to control language in a way, wetting our tongues with the languages of many. Conversation flows like water. You acquire knowledge through talking, through conversing, the same way you are reinvigorated by drinking. So, the elemental plane of water. It is, according to their research, adjacent to the elemental plane of Earth and connected by an elemental vortex, the Pale River, apparently. And there's also another vortex on the other side connecting to the plane of air called the bubble net. And if traversing the plane of water, you'd best make sure you have a way to breathe in it, because there is just an endless ocean, apparently so endless that it is without surface, and so deep that it is a without depth, without a basin. It's completely bottomless, and it is the domain of current and wave. There is no deep or shallow, no dark depths nor wavy surface, just an endless ocean that felt as though you were submerged several feet, perhaps. There's no immense pressure, but neither is there any sun. Yet the water apparently itself seemed to glow dimly with a kind of bluish green luminescence. Um, and the volume of water at any temperature can be found if you look or had a guide. There's so much information to go over, so don't want to fill up the whole time. But I'm going to
Yeah.
say that Carius for the next few days learns every single aspect of the elemental plane of water, except it's mostly going to be on races there and the
Yeah.
languages that they speak. So that's the focus on on the races there. So you learn about squids, aboleth, krakens, the merfolk, mero, even water elves, that kind of thing. So
Yeah.
so yeah, that's going to be the focus with that 12.
Yeah.
That's why they went there, to find languages, not necessarily to
Yeah.
kind of delve into its secrets. So yeah.
Okay.
Oh my god, there's so many bronze dragons.
Is there any chance over this time period that I could have learned one of these languages from that is spoken in the water plane, other than Aquan, which I already speak?
Right. Okay. That's not a bad shout. Well, take your pick, I guess. Which one would you say that takes your fancy the most? Deep speech?
Ooh, that one's tempting. I didn't even think of that. Oof.
Because there are a number of aboleths that claim domain here.
Yeah, it's where Aboleth return to when they're killed,
There
isn't
is,
it?
yes.
Hmm.
There's sea hags, so you could even learn Sylvan. There's mephits, of course they speak elemental. There are what did I mention earlier? Merfolk, Mero, Triton. They all mostly speak Aquan as well, though.
What language do Kraken speak?
They're primordials, so most definitely primordial
Right.
to begin with.
Okay, I would probably then
The Hawaugan, lizard folk, Kuatoans. Sorry, go on.
probably the one that would make the most sense, because I think, if I'm remembering rightly, Merfolk is actually a separate language to Aquan, like it's an actual language.
Yeah, there's a lot of different sub languages, like Kuatoan and Sahuagin also have their own languages, but they seem to share with Undercommon a lot of the time and Aquan.
Yeah, because one of the main tenets of the religion, if I can find the bloody bit of it, is that when they eventually die, part of their religion is that they come back as merfolk or water nymphs. So, learning that language seems appropriate. The only other one would be whatever Krakens. Well, the only considering merfolk would be considered like almost like a dialect of Aquan, right?
Yes, it would, yeah.
Kind of like Sylvan and Elven sort of thing.
Right, exactly.
So I would probably try deep speech because that one's kind of unique in its own way.
Okay.
And I can
Languages.
imagine, yeah.
Yep. So Undercommon is also a popular one, but Deep Speech is spoken by the language of Aboleth, creatures that apparently ruled the elemental plane of water to begin with, and so much so that they supposedly had empires within the material plane as well.
Hmm.
They are very scheming, clever creatures that are not necessarily tyrants to enslave people, but manipulate them to do their bidding, charming them and such. And as such, it seems like they come into contact with them, and the Aboleths were eager to teach them this language, such perhaps that they could spread it. Who knows? Either way, I'm going to say over the course of this week, you learned a good portion of deep speech whilst here. Uh, it is, after all, the best place to learn languages. It's got a dictionary of deep speech. It's got how to, like, you know, enunciate things and everything. So yeah.
Yeah, because
Okay.
from what I know out of character, I think like one of the things with Aboleths is they almost see themselves like older than the gods sort of thing. So almost
That's
like
right.
they were the gods before gods sort of thing. So
Exactly.
if anything, Carius would want to learn the language just so if he ever runs into one, he can insult them just because they now are sort of under his god.
Brilliant. Okay, cool. Kishan, whilst you're here, you look around this library, and it feels like all the knowledge is already yours. You almost feel like every book is in its place because you remember putting it there.
Okay. Huh. Oh, so I remember every position of every book.
Almost, it feels like they're memories, but they're not yours. It's almost like how you got tapped into being one with, what was it? The sigil leaf?
Yeah.
Like there's a shared pool of memories that you're kind of skimming the top surface of.
That's cool. Okay. Okay. Uh, so I'll just be walking around and just kind of like letting my memory take over. So as I'm walking down, I'll just kind of open my mind to the thoughts that I've obviously experienced but haven't experienced. The thoughts of others.
Hmm.
So it's like, if it tells me to pick up a book, I'll pick up a book. If one says, hey, look at this funny note that I wrote in section 34F.
Yeah. Okay. Um, Perhaps you're drifting, wondering where your next step is. And as you're wondering that, there is a kind of a ripple of your memory, and it ripples back like it's bounced off of the edges and the periphery of other people's memories. And as it ripples towards you, you're feeling drawn towards one section of the library. There's another. I want to say it's a scroll. No, I'm going to say it's another book. You pick it off the shelf, and immediately you do recognize some of the penmanship. Though he's used to writing in scrolls, it seems it took a hand in writing with a book instead. And there's several pages on this. Like, you okay?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
don't know what the fuck that was.
The book is on. It's on a race of dwarves known as Dwarga.
Dwaga.
Mm.
Okay.
And the language it's outlining is Undercommon, which is the language spoken by people who live in the Underdark. And why Ladorvu's writing is in here, you're not too sure at first. Seems like perhaps he stayed here long enough that they trusted him with recording some documents. Um, or perhaps it's because he volunteered to do one. And it seems like he writes this book with quite a lot of passion, almost like he's describing a favorite holiday destination. And there is there's a great deal of wanderlust in his words as he describes the Duergar and their discovery of a mysterious cave, a crystal cave, one that is spoke about and perpetuated into legend amongst dwarven kin, not just Duergar, but other dwarf-like folk as well. Unfortunately, the Duergar and the dwarves are like mortal enemies, so when conversing with them, they got one side of the story. Apparently, this crystal cave is a pocket of riches, endless riches, diamonds, crystals, you name it. But unfortunately, those who find it and then prepare for an expedition, they come back to return to a completely caved in wall, or perhaps a cave that never belonged there in the first place. As they dig and dig, trying to find that cave, it's almost as if they'd seen it in a dream. It was never there to begin with. Frustrated, the Duergar became obsessed with trying to find this. They dug and dug until eventually they had to pass on this story to their ancestors and to their children's children. And this cave was never found again. And yet people still believe it is out there to this day. A crystalline cave with treasures beyond measure. Some say that they found a moment of peace whilst they were there. The people who first discovered it. They said that they were filled with inspiration, filled with enlightenment, just being in the presence of these diamonds. And they've been craving that feeling ever since. And it's something the Duergar have become obsessed with trying to find.
It's something that we've actually heard about it, haven't we?
Such that any who come in their way, they will mercilessly tear down. They believe it is their birthright to find and reclaim, and any who try to get there before them are going to be cut down. Yeah, the Duergar aren't the friendliest of folk, I'm afraid.
Doesn't sound
but
like
even
it.
even they have their aspirations of peace and tranquility, it seems, but they want it to be theirs.
Okay.
Yeah. But yeah, apparently they're the ones who first discovered it. But yeah, word came to the surface. Other dwarves did find it, apparently, but that's in another book. Cough, cough. But yeah, these details the Duergar's findings, and it seems like Ladorvu became quite obsessed with it himself. And you can see that there are footnotes about how perhaps he will make it his next destination within his pilgrimage. And once he's eventually found it, of which he seems confident, then he will write a new scroll for the monks back in the temple, telling everyone how to find it.
Kashan would kind of like say under his breath, maybe I could beat him to it.
So either find the scroll or find the cave. But it seems like that might be the next step. It seems like this is where Ladorvu left. There's no more real records of him here. It seems like he actually up and went before everything went to hell, before the war broke out, before the curse befell these poor folk. It seems like he took it upon himself to go search for this cave himself. It was that enticing.
Do I know what Ladorvu looks like?
So Ledovu is described in. Yeah, you know what? Sure. You find that there are other documents, other records of a peculiar individual that came to this archipelago a long time ago. Uh, some say that he was a fire genasi. Others were adamant that he was a water, and then others were like, well, perhaps he's a mix. Maybe he's air. Others theorized that he was some sort of hybrid, half and half.
Huh.
And that is due to his particular details about his form. But it is believed he was a Ganassi. He has, how do I describe it? Hmm. He's depicted as kind of being like blue and red skinned, and it's often like a real bad clash when you see like red and blue right next to each other. But for some reason, it was kind of blended in such a way that looked quite striking, um, but not really. He was never really seen as a show off or a kind of in your face type of person. He was much more of an observer, a listener, and he seemed very keen on learning everything that he could. Whilst here, he did help with many ongoings of the library, trying to get closer to more and more secreted information. Um, Apparently, he was searching for a meaning behind it all. He was often very philosophical. It was often thought that he was here to find something, but he didn't know what he was looking for.
Right.
Almost in the same way you have been kind of following along.
Yeah.
He liked to be quite vague in his descriptions.
Am I following a ghost? Starting to feel like it.
He, when questioned about where he came from and what his upbringing was like, he apparently seemed very guarded as well, according to others. And I'm guessing that this is probably Remdigus actually talking about him. Like, yes, I remember him. He didn't like to talk about his upbringing. I got the impression that it wasn't a particularly enjoyable one. Perhaps abandoned.
Well, I mean, most of us in the monastery came from all manners of backgrounds, so it wouldn't surprise me if maybe he came back from one as troubling as I have.
There was a certain duality to him. It didn't feel like he really fit anywhere. He was saying that he was finding a place where he wanted to call home or belong. He thought he would find it here after looking over all the languages and races, all these diverse places. But it felt like he was always looking for something more than that. A place he could call his own, perhaps? He often asked very deliberate questions on our travels. When me and Isildia would traverse the astral seas, he was very keen to learn all that we had discovered on our trip back.
I, sorry about that. What, what do you mean asking about travels? A place to call his own? Well, I thought the monastery was home for most of us. There was something more he was looking for?
Perhaps, yes. You say he returned to the monastery?
That's a good question, actually. Did he ever return?
From what you understand, he did, and with all his teachings in tow. he had wrote a scroll on almost every destination his pilgrimage took him, and then they were placed within the record hall of your monastery. That is when everyone began uh, this sort of new found path to enlightenment, and the monastery was redubbed the Monastery of the Frozen Flame. And that is when he, after kind of teaching this way to everyone, he went into reclusion and began a deep meditation,
Yes, because
one that lasted years.
that's when I started. Because I saw that, yeah, there was a crack in the wall, and
Yeah, you
I
felt like
snuck
a
in.
calling to that chamber, and it was under no circumstances were you supposed to interrupt this meditation. And he had been seen going in there for weeks at a time and coming back. There's no food in there, by the way, in this chamber. It's a very simple meditation chamber, but he seemed to be able to go without food for weeks on end. So people didn't worry about him being in there. They knew that he was just in a deep meditation.
Okay.
Um, and then eventually, your curiosity got the best of you. That's when you broke down the wall. Remember,
Yeah.
punched your way in, and to your surprise, Lodovu was gone.
So Kusham will
It was
say.
There was no sign of his departure. The only thing left was the oil lamp that he would take in there,
That I now
and that
have.
flame had been perfectly frozen, giving off no heat, but giving off light.
So he'll say he did return to the monastery. He gave all of his teachings of his pilgrimage and then went into reclusion, which is normal for any monk that finishes their pilgrimage. Is almost as if it's self-reflection on what
Yes.
you've been through. However, I entered his chambers before I left on my own, and he wasn't there. Perhaps he left to this place he calls his own?
Maybe. You kind of see a shrug. But it's good to know that he probably did find that cave after. He said he wouldn't rest till he found it. So when he left, said he was setting out to find this crystal cave, and then, well, if he returned back to the monastery, I'm sure he must have found it.
Well, I wish I had the writings of it. The scroll that he wrote for me is currently in the hands of some unsavory folks.
Oh my. Whoops. I hope you find it.
I hope so too. He'd kill me, I think.
Oh dear. No, he was never a violent type. Ladorvu was quiet, contemplative, and like I said, much more of an observer and a listener. Always eager to learn.
I think I need to be more like that. I've been very short as of late, always quick to jump into action and apparently kill my party. I should take
Big
a
oof
back step. Yeah, big old oof.
Big old oof.
I
Well,
think maybe taking a back step on everything and, as you say, observe. After all, that's what these teachings are for.
now is your friend ready to get rid of this damn crick in my back? So is there
Just
anything
before
else?
you do that, Andy had a question.
Yeah, okay, what's that?
I mean, it was a long shot, and she was getting Irina's help with this. If anywhere in this Mahusive library, she finds anything on that mask that she's got, or even if she can find her mum's name anywhere.
Okay.
It's literally a long shot, but it's like, this is a big library. There might be
Yeah.
something.
Roll me a investigation check, and if you're being aided by Irina,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
So-
she will need to be aided because she can't read, so.
mm,
What check, sorry?
Investigation.
13.
what'd you get?
20.
20? Okay. That is pretty good. So, as you're looking around trying to find what this might be, you're noticed perhaps by the small little gnome who says, "It's a strange mask you have. Looks like an Afriti, if I'm honest. We have a book on that." And
Ooh.
Irina, you're able to kind of quickly track it down in the elemental plane section. And the Afriti are, of course, effectively fire versions of Jinn. Jinn being like the air genies. Afriti. They reside within the elemental plane of fire. They are probably the most, I guess, warlike and, well, lawfully evil of all the genies. They have a strict hierarchy, and they're known for their warlike, warlike mindset. They have been depicted over the years as great warriors, powerful kings, and even terrible demons. But what most people seem to forget is that are actually comprised of elemental force, not of demonic powers or mortal kind. They are simply a raw embodiment of the rage and, I guess, uncontrollableness of fire. They can be
Basically,
very.
they're what happens when you take me and my sister and smush
Mhm.
us into one person.
I've
Yep.
never met your sister, but I will take your word for it.
She has anger issues.
Ah,
And as you're flicking through this book, they're obviously learning the language Ignin, which is an elemental, primordial language of fire. And it seems like they could also speak Infernal as well, because they did have dealings with fiend-like kind. Naturally, being a plane of fire, it would attract those kind. It also, because they're naturally aligned in personality, the Freeti can be cruel and self-serving. They consider themselves to be of sort of noble character, and even gave themselves grand titles to make themselves seem impressive. Uh, they even fire elementals avoided the Afriti if they could, fearing their oppression and opportunism. Jin also hated them. There are numerous battles between the two genie races. Dao, which are the Earth genie, also were tolerated by the Afriti, whom they traded and worked materials with in exchange for raw metals. Most other races were treated by the Afriti as servants or slaves. Their their culture had two related concepts, I guess: honor and acquisition. Afriti names were part of this concept by being exceedingly long and contained history and respectful details of lineage. Um, and when interacting with lesser creatures, they would normally take on a simpler name. But yeah, it should be noted that sometimes in history, mages or powerful wizards occasionally attempted to enslave the Afriti in order to harness their considerable power. Such binding, while of a different nature than it involved with the binding of demons, was equally difficult and just as likely to result in the wrath of the bound creature, should the attempt end in its escape. And one such theory is based on the founding of Gadia, the capital of the Claude Coast, but it's unsure whether there's any truth behind it. For Gadia went to war with many realms across the Claude Coast,
Isn't
and
that
somehow
sorry?
they
Isn't
proved
that particular spot that we Irina and her little group came across on our way out of the Claw Coast?
right.
Well, it was
It's
one of
been
the suspected areas, anyway.
exactly. It's been noted that there have been many great battles across the Claude Coast, and somehow Gadia prevailed through it all, almost as if they had some sort of god-given power on their side, believing and perpetuating the rumor that they had made a bargain with a powerful Afriti.
Mm. Okay.
And yeah, and if you wanted to over the week, you could start to try and learn Ignan if you haven't.
I mean, considering where she comes from, and she already knows Oran, of course, is for the air ones.
Yes. So this is a
It will
different
make
diet.
sense if she can figure it out.
Okay. I think you would definitely have an easier time learning Ignan than other languages because Primordial is an encompassing language, and Oran and Ignan are just dialects, effectively. So I would say that over the course of this week, you could learn Ignan, like fluent Ignan.
Cool. Excellent.
You can write that down in your character sheet.
We
The language of the Afriti, fire elementals, mephits, magma mephits, that is. Yeah.
How do you
All
spell
right.
it?
IGA,
N-I.
IGNAN.
Yep.
Okay. Let's do this before we wrap up. Iguana. No. So eventually, after the end of this week, Irina, the droves of tribes come in through the temple entrance. The temple now being open to all once again, it seems. There is tenuous relations between the Borzo and the Sigil Leaf. Some of them are brandishing weapons at each other in the main chamber, and they're not having a nice chat, it seems. They're shouting insults at each other, causing quite a ruckus in this place of worship.
Right. Okay.
A lot of it you don't understand, but you can definitely tell from their demeanor they don't mean nice things. Sticky old goda at the poke, puh, and spits on the floor. Meanwhile, the Sigil Leaf just like extend some sort of twig-like appendage in their direction from their hand.
Well, that's just being rude. Okay.
I realised I was muted that entire time.
Whoops.
So thinking about obviously where to stand. Can I figure out where the best point would be? Obviously, I'm thinking if I can do it through one of like the lenses that might amplify what I'm going to do and might manage to actually get them all.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. You could quite easily climb up like you did before.
Yep, I'm gonna do that.
Okay. Roll me a quick athletics check.
Where am I? Athletics. An athlete she is not. Okay.
Carrier seeing you struggle just offers his glaive.
I literally imagine I try to grip onto like the smooth lens, and she's just like, yeah.
She sort of wipes off of it, slips back down.
There's just like a smear of like dirt and dust.
As you land, you see Carius has got a glaive, handing it to you.
Thank you.
Yep. Yeah, you've never been one for climbing.
I
Unless
can
it's a
climb.
ladder.
I'm not that bad. I'm just lifting too many heavy books.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I'll up I go.
Cake gonna claw your face.
Hmm.
And then Pretty Prap's gonna take a poke on your lawn. How do you like that?
Well, actually, that would be good fertilizer. You're just growing us faster.
All right. Let's see.
Some of you look like you need a shave.
Okay, so the way I usually cast Remove Curse is obviously Candlewick will use his smoke form to like write out all the somatic components and things like that. He will literally draw them out in smoke. But because this is such a big lens and such a big area, what I'm going to do first is I'm going to really concentrate, and then what you see is Irina basically herself expands and then dissipates into like black smoke, and she is also going to in her smoky form start to cast it herself physically. Smoky form is a concentration, remove curse is not, so I can do it at the same time.
Fantastic.
In theory.
I like it. It's a combo spell. You're gonna cast gaseous
Because I
form.
need it to be as big as possible, so I'm using the lens to amplify it, and then you've got me and Candlewick actually physically casting it together rather than separately.
All right. So you just sort of pull yourself apart into smoky trails until eventually your form is now this cloud of smoke and roiling and round, and then casting the somatic components above the lens, hoping that this is going to amplify the spell to such a degree that it'll hit everything in this room. After all, you've seen what this lens can do when light from both the sun and the moon are focused onto it. Created something you've never even witnessed before. This spell seems to reach out. Shadowy tendrils seem to peer out through the other side of the lens, and some of them coalesce and curl around the Borzo and Sigil Leaf. None of them are even aware of this. They seem to be at each other's throats almost, and this infighting is just about to break out before the tendrils grab a hold of them. And instead of strangling them, it's the same thing that happens when you used your investiture of flame. The smoke seems to ignite and turn into bright fire. And at first there is panic, there is discord. No, he seems to like, I'm melting. No, wait, no, I'm shedding. Yeah, and you see all his fur on Jack Rack, the chieftain, suddenly just falling away, and he's like, ah.
Do you know how I picture that moment is? If you've seen The Cat Returns, where the Cat King loses like half his body fur and it just all goes to the floor.
Yeah, yeah, he's quite literally just shedding it, and he kind of shakes it like, and as he does, all the fur just falls away. You see the claws as he lifts up his hands. Some moment later, the claws retract back into fingernails, and 5 digits appear. He starts like gripping his hand. You see pinkish-looking skin start to replace the stone-like texture, because they're standing on stonework right now, so most of them are kind of stone-like. Meanwhile, the same thing that you experienced, Irina, the leafy flesh ignites like a tinderbox. Their leaves and vines are burnt away and are replaced with smooth, delicate, elvish-looking skin. And you see the same thing happening on Remdigus. His body is burning away and replaced, and he looks around. Oh, oh, well, that's better. Yeah, that did the trick. You see this old-looking gnomish wizard looking around at the group. I'm free! You see Rip Dip suddenly, his whole body, betraying us. She set us on fire. To suddenly, oh, that's better. It's God damn it. Rip Dip's like, I'm back.
Oh, it's Rip Dip.
Rip Dip is a real boy. And similarly, all the elves are coming to an awareness now that the curse has been lifted, their bodies purified, no longer out of control, no longer overgrown, but back to their original form. And they seem to like be a bit confused as to almost what happened. Do you remember the last thing? We were in the shrine. The sun's rays, they turned us into this. They turned us against our kin. And just as a quick reminder, I guess I'll take you to that page once again. Of the artwork.
Go to bed.
Oh, wrong one.
I'll talk to you later.
No worries. Good night.
Okay,
Bye.
in a bit. Where is it? No. It's lost. All the artwork's gone. Nope,
Somewhere
okay,
in
doesn't
here.
matter. Doesn't matter. Regardless, the elves describe exactly the moment in which they returned. Was back in the shrine in their home. And they all kind of look to you. You're in the middle. Are you returning back to your form? It takes like a while, doesn't it? It takes like a minute.
What to drop
Come out of
social
gaseous form.
It's concentration up to 1 hour, so I can drop it whenever.
Okay. Alright then. I kind of look over to where this smoke is billowing in the center.
Yeah, I will hover near the floor before I reform myself. Don't fancy
Sure.
that drop.
Alright. They kind of all look to you and go, the smoke. It was Irina. She was one. But now we are one again? They seem to be so bewildered and confused as to what's just happened.
You were all so blinded by hate and ick and the fact that you fought against each other that you literally got yourselves cursed.
Why would Helios do this to us?
Because you became a word I'm not gonna say on live stream. But
We have become blinded by our own light. We so sought to worship. You see the other ones sort of look around and say, our individuality was lost. And you see the others like saying, that's what we were saying. You should have listened to us.
don't point fingers. You lot were like twice as angry as the other guys. So, you're to blame too.
Mm. Does this mean then that the usage of the moon rocks was not an affront to Helios? You just see the gnomes kind of rolling their eyes and shaking their heads. It wasn't us that you hear them say, it wasn't us that made a meteor fall from the skies. How could that have been our fault? Oh, well, we are misunderstood then. You hear them kind of apologizing. We thought that it was your doing that brought catastrophe to us.
Look, the fact is that this is your second chance to make things right here and to go back to the way you were at the start. If you don't learn from your mistakes, you'll end up cursed again, and I won't be back to bail you out.
But we are so few. How do we rebuild?
You're not so few if you rebuild together.
I think
You
that's
literally took the
almost a
words right out
perfect
of my
line to
mouth.
end on. Unless, Kashan, you have any words?
Well, I was literally about to say that. Yeah, I'll just be like, what she said.
Well, you're technically translating for me, so we both said it.
Yeah, I guess it makes sense. Kashan is translating all of this.
Because I can't speak to the...
No, you can't.
Dwarves.
Yeah, that would have to be the case.
Wait, no,
What?
no, gnomes, not dwarves. I can speak dwarvish.
We may be back to our elven form, and yet I still don't understand a word that she's saying. Kashan, if you could.
The elves will understand me,
Oh yeah, I guess the
because I can speak Sylvan and Elvish.
Borzo tribe.
It's just the Warzo that I can't communicate with.
Speak Gnomish.
She said you build good together, yeah?
Oh, thank you. We'll get right on that. And whose owl is that? I'm
Who?
just gonna get rid of that. Oh, got it. Yeah, I accidentally left Cirrus on the map. But anyway, I guess with that being said, I'm not sure if there's anything left to wrap up here.
Jamie did want to quickly retcon something because I did promise Llewellyn that I would hold off on
Oh yeah, you had to
breaking
go.
the curse.
You did have to go for a bit. So what was it you was doing with the claws, Levan?
So I pull Rip Dip to the side, and I say to him, I need you to break something for me again,
Mm-hmm.
but when I ask you to, I just need to quickly perform a spell,
Okay.
and then
What was
I conjure elemental to bring Sunan out of the orb.
Sunan. Okay. Yeah.
The one I like less in case things go wrong.
Sure.
And yeah, I speak to Sunan and I say, as promised, we're going to be leaving the island soon, and here is my attempt to free you. The spell I have cast to bring you out of this orb is supposed to send you back to where you come from, but I feel the orb keeps dragging you back in. But the orb at the moment is empty. And Rip Dip, if you could do the honors and break the orb.
Take me to the pool.
Pool?
Yes. I sense water here.
Okay, we follow to the pool? What pool?
The one Kashan drank out of.
I don't know about this. No one's told me this. Okay.
I think you're guided by Sunan himself, perhaps. Water. Yes. Close. There.
And you're quite literally dragged all the way down back into this chamber here.
I swear to God.
And you see a small pool of glistening crystalline water. And he approaches it slowly.
And I have ripped it break the orb.
Yeah, Ripdip's here with you. He says,
Wait, small fairy one. Place the orb within the waters.
What?
and Ripdip goes over and,
Okay. Yeah, splash.
and he drops it in there. The elemental turns back to you and looks over his shoulder with that kind of frowning, concerned look.
You sure this will work?
Well, I don't know anything about this dropping the orb in the pool, but it should do.
I sense the waters are tied here to my own home. These are not waters of the material, but from the plane of water itself. Seems like your kind brought it back. My kind? What? Okay.
And he gives a nod to Riptip, and he strikes the orb with his claws, immediately shattering it like glass. Fragile though it may seem, before this, you remember the orb being condensed, powerful magic rebounding any weapon before it. Whereas claws from this Orzo tribe seem to have the power to break and unmake magic. There you see the glass actually evaporate and dissolve into water. You know how hard it is to see glass in water, it just disappears.
Yeah.
It's just like that. And you see the glass revert into water. And at that same time, you start to see a whirlpool beginning to build up faster and faster in that pool of water.
I hope with this you'll be okay with me summoning you in the future.
First, let me submerge once again.
That's fine. Okay.
You see it begin to kind of meld up over the basin of the pool, its body being pulled into the whirlpool, and you see its form beginning to kind of swirl around. Its head remains stationary, its body kind of melts into the water and begins swirling around faster and faster. Its head looks at you, and then its face kind of is washed away as its head tilts back. You see the entire pool of water draining, and eventually gone. All of the water in the basin has disappeared, leaving just empty stone beyond it.
I hope that wasn't important. Anyway, I guess next is Fernice.
Oh, there's one last thing actually, Llewellyn, before you turn. You see on this what's it called, mural, you see one of the symbols light up. The runes in this room flare with magic as this whirlpool has reached its finish. And something akin to like this, except it is just the one where the drip of water is, representing the elemental plane of water. And that flares up with a bluish glow. And then it dims down as the whirlpool finishes.
Okay. Should we try the next one?
I don't know.
Are my
It-
Lavellan senses tingling?
Yeah, I think we should try the next one. I said I'd try and help them both before I left the island.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll summon Fernice next,
A furnace appears.
and I'll
Ah, good
repeat
to
the
stretch the limbs.
repeat the process.
He looks around. Was Sunan just here a moment ago?
He was, and I thought I would test the whole trying to get you both back to your planes of existence.
Explains the puddles everywhere.
Yeah, he left a bit of a mess.
Looks like he wet himself.
So, the same as I said to Sunan, these orbs seem to be binding you, but you're not in them when I cast this spell. And Rip Dip here is going to break the orb while you're out of them, so the spell can take you back to where you came from.
Break it? No! Are you insane? Breaking that thing will it'll send me into a vortex of unknown. I'll be hurled into the elemental plane of chaos.
I did not know that. But I do, at least I know that now. But Sunan seems to have gone back to where he came from.
She squints, and you hear her kind of breathe in a sharp inhalation of air, which of course only ignites her beyond
Do you think
measure.
Do you think it would work if I found some sort of maybe flame from your plane of existence when doing this?
Yes. Yes, find a fire that never goes out.
Okay. Well, unfortunately, it seems you're stuck with me, but I've come one step closer to freeing you.
Well, so
But
long as Sunan is happy, I suppose. My time will come.
yeah,
Let's
he
hope
was.
it happens before I burned out.
Yeah, he was a dick. I'm glad I tested it on him in comparison to you. But
I don't actually like this place.
Would
Looking
you like-
around.
would you like me to let you go back into the orb? now?
Yes. This is
Yeah.
far too threatening.
I-
And you see the fire elemental pull itself back into the orb.
I
Seems
take-
like she's afraid of water.
I take the orb. You'd think in Temple of the Sun there would be a constant flame somewhere. I
I
wonder.
would, but this one seems to be tied to water.
Anyway, I've not been in this room. I didn't think I was allowed in here.
Yeah,
No.
you look around.
Yeah, I'm gonna look around.
Okay, you find loads of dusty shelves that are completely empty. There is a table with a book laid out on it.
I'll gander at the book.
The book seems to have arcane ciphers on it. It is definitely some sort of spell.
Oh, I will.
Be an arcana check.
I may pocket that. 20.
20?
Yeah.
Okay. It is the spell for astral projection. That was DC 19, by the way.
Ooh.
And you just got it.
Yeah.
This outlines how you and 8 other willing creatures can be projected into the astral plane, where you leave your body behind in an unconscious state, suspended animation. That body does not need food, air, and does not age. Meanwhile, your actual astral form can traverse the astral sea, and it is held by a silvery cord, which vanishes after about 1 foot into an invisible kind of cord, and that is tied all the way back to your material plane, and you can see all the outlines and intricate details about how to make sure that your cord is protected. For if it is severed, then your body and your spirit are sort of disconnected. Um, it also mentions that if your body is if your body is attacked, then your spirit is kind of pulled to it so that you can awaken. Um,
Yeah, I'll
Likewise, if your spirit is dropped to 0 hit points, it is also pushed back into the body.
yeah, I'll pocket that.
Okay,
Is
sure.
there anything else in this room?
Yeah, you can roll me an investigation check.
Also 12.
You would expect there to be, but these shelves are completely empty. It looks like this was strewn in dust, but there's areas where, like small square patches, where there is no dust.
Something was here.
That's sure.
In my head, I'm just thinking to myself, Sean told us not to take anything from the library, but there's something missing. I guess it's okay to take things from this library. And
As
I'll
per the, as per the spell, you need a jacinth worth 1,000 gold pieces, and you need an ornately carved silver bar worth at least 100 gold pieces, which the spell consumes. So
But
maybe
but that's for each creature.
Oh
each
wow!
creature.
So all the stuff that I'm guessing Kashan took
It
is
is.
is for one full use of like
Yeah, it
many
seems.
creatures.
Yeah, I made him roll a d8 plus 8 because there was at least 2 uses of it. But it seems as though they've used up a lot of the components. And as you look over, you see the sarcophagus or sarcophagi. 2 of them have been opened.
Hmm.
The other
Okay,
2 remain shut.
okay, that was an interesting endeavor.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, Rip Dip, we best get back if you want to be uncussed.
Okay.
Rewind, or sorry, fast forwarding back to curse room. Yeah. Well, with that, guys, the curse has been lifted. Kashan has completed his pilgrimage, earned his enlightenment. The blessing of the sun, the tongue of sun and moon, has been bestowed upon him. He has now, he is now carrying the knowledge of all the ancestors before him that have learnt languages of many races, countless races across countless worlds. And now he has his next, perhaps, clue as to where to go for his next step in that pilgrimage. But before that, I'm sure there's going to be a discussion held with the party once they're all back aboard Captain Montybot's vessel. However, as you come out across to the edges of the archipelago and you're looking around for a set of sails, there is none.
Oh no.
Whether Captain Montybot has abandoned you or not, you're unsure. But I
Wow.
guess everyone can roll a perception check.
Looks like we're spending the next arc here, guys.
I mean, I
Well,
have a
you might be. I can leave.
Oh, that's
I mean, I have a passive perception of 23 anyway.
You do. Okay.
Yeah.
There is not too far from where you left, sorry, from where you kind of got dropped off. There is nailed to a tree a parchment's kind of flapping in the wind.
Send my crow over to go snag it and bring it back.
Well, Llewellyn, you took away our only way of giving you a message, so this will have to suffice. The raven was supposed to be if we needed to send a message, but it vanished once I just finished drinking some more stunning strike. Regardless, we have some information. A set of sails was spotted not too far off from the archipelago. We recognized them. It was the bronze dragonborn. They were hunting us, it seems. Either that, or they'd sent out another ship. Perhaps to investigate their missing one. Regardless, we thought it best not to stick around. We had to make haste. We traveled southward. Though, you're probably gonna get this message days later. My apologies extend to you. We will not be able to make a return. At least, not safely. If they did spot us, they'll be in hot pursuit. If they didn't, they're likely investigating the waters around where they went missing, their other ship. I hope that you have found what you were looking for on the island. And if not, well, maybe you can consider it a nice holiday until we get back. Either way, find a way to communicate to us. Until then, good luck on your endeavors. And it's signed Captain Montybot.
Oh,
That's why I've been thinking the name
Hey.
whole this week. I couldn't think why.
Guess the only way I can think of sending a message would be to send my crow.
Hmm.
Well,
With
well,
this piece of-
that's
But I'm guessing the only way off this island then would be with Andy's help. I think we might be going back to Weep, guys.
Well, do we know how long we've been floating for? I mean, maybe we could fly down and find out exactly where the island has floated to. If there's land, then
Does it look like we can see land anywhere?
No, not from visual.
Yeah, we could be hours away from land down below, and Polymorph is only able to carry 2 of yous.
and I can only carry 2 of us as well.
So unless you wanna swim,
But
I
we
think-
just got out of Weep.
But if we are going to the Cloud Coast, we could probably get a ship in Weep.
This is very true. And in fact,
Um,
it might be nice to stop off and see the tan and catch
Well-
up.
Yeah.
I could definitely do with restocking on maybe a diamond and some components for spells.
Yeah.
I mean, couldn't you use that creation spell we used to make an oven to boat?
Yeah, but then I'd need coal and I'd need to compress it. And
You need coal.
would that work? Do you literally just
You pull wisps of shadow material from the shadow fell, appropriate to create a non-living object of vegetable matter within range, and a boat would count as vegetable matter. And if you cast at a high enough level, you cast it to 7th level, it would be able to fit in a 15 by 15 foot cube, so it would probably be big enough for.
none of you know
Right.
I have a creation spell?
Yes, we do, because you used it to make an oven on the boat.
No, I
Castellius.
didn't. No, I didn't because I never needed to.
Yes, because you used it to get the charcoal, didn't you, initially?
Nope, we got it
I
off
mean-
Irina.
I'm just going to interrupt because they're saying like there was a boat with sails spotted floating around. I do have a shield that will help me control a boat if necessary.
It's not near
That's
us.
a good
They
point.
Well,
spotted it.
we don't
Shut up.
know it. We don't know it's not. It may have come back to scout, so that's worth looking into.
Yeah, we'll see what
It's
we
an
can.
option.
But
I mean, there's plenty of trees here. We could always try to build a raft.
Yeah. For personal reasons, I kind of do want to go back so I can restock on stuff.
For personal reasons, I don't want to go back. I don't want to have to play 2 characters at once.
we-
again.
You don't
won't-
have to. Chris can
we won't-
play.
Yeah, we won't do it. Like, we won't make you play 2 characters.
Chris plays a mean to tan.
I could do with another diamond, and new spells that I've got need components which I could get.
You're not going to find components in Weep. They're literally
Yeah.
non-magical.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
it didn't need
to be
be
honest,
magical.
your best bet
I
would
need like a
be
silver spoon.
You're
your
not
need
gonna
best
find.
bet would be to buy these ingredients in
Yeah.
the Clawed Coast. They've got major trading markets.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or Thumbridge is the other place. But components for spells, not gonna get them in Weep.
Damn it.
You're not gonna get them.
Go to
So
Thumbridge.
They confiscated all that stuff, and you saw where
I
that confiscated stuff went to through a portal. It's the same problem that Kishana's got.
yeah. So
We have options and we have time to think about it.
Yeah.
It's not.
Yeah, we do. We do.
got time to deny everything Jamie says.
A small piece of polished marble. That's wouldn't even come across as a magical item.
But you
A
do know
silver
that the
spoon.
archipelago is somewhere between the Clawed Coast and Midra, the
Okay.
continent. So if you wanted to get over to the Clawed Coast, the best part is you're already halfway. So
Yeah. The
Just
problem
finding
with
a
going
way.
back to Weep is whether he would then have enough time to sail across the entire ocean again
Yeah.
to get to the Clawed Coast in time, because we do have a time limit.
You don't think maybe the
Because if you went via Weep, then you'd have to go through the moor again, and I don't fancy that.
you don't suppose the
more?
Borzo tribe made some form of automatic vehicle boat?
Well, it's funny you ask.
Continue.
There's probably books in the library about building boats.
We are masters of invention. Why do you think we made all this stuff? Oh no.
they look around.
Oh no.
Oh no, what?
Our telescope was gone broken. We made the biggest, baddest looking telescope you've ever seen.
The Hubble
And he
telescope.
looks down towards the water.
No.
He falls to his knees.
Oh.
That's
He
what that
sees
was.
He sees the huge rim, you know, that massive ring in the
Yeah.
water.
God damn it. You know how fast that took?
Yeah. That was literally the ring of a telescope.
I mean, between us, we might be able to get what's left of it back up here, if that helps.
If you
If
help
you
us
could.
build, if you help us build a boat that is seaworthy.
Oh, that would actually work really well.
We could do that. Sigil Leaf are also very good at,
And you see them already shaping wood like.
Oh wow.
Well, looks like we're going to get our own boat, but there is one important feature that is very important if we're going to get our own boat.
A name.
What do we name the boat?
Yeah.
Because we are not going to sea without a name. I refuse.
Bad luck.
Bad luck.
I'm literally the sailor, like one of the sailors. I will not go to sea without a name.
Oh god, what do we call it? I feel like it has to be something star related.
We do have a lot of star-related stuff.
Yeah.
well, we were
Oh.
stargazers. That's why the archipelago was chosen to build a telescope. It was the closest place to the sun and moon, the
This-
closest place to the stars.
The Starry Scout.
The Astral Chaser.
It's just a shame that being close to the sun and moon kind of backfired when the curse hit us.
The Starry Float.
Actually, whilst we've got you here, and you're you and not weird.
The
Kirk-
Kiasta.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh God, no,
Sorry.
no, it's too close to disaster. It seems cursed.
No, we were calling it the Kiasta.
The Kiasta. I love it. I
Sorry about
love
that.
it.
Got this one with you.
Pokes at Irina.
What did I do?
I said I wouldn't worry about curses when you got this one around with you.
That's true. Anyway, you, Sigil Leaf and Borzo, do you know anything about some giant serpentine thing that eats clouds round here?
You see, for the first time in a while, who hasn't stepped forward, the elf that you like uncursed, Yasilia, she says, "I have seen the sky swallower, yes."
that like a normal thing round here, or part of these
It
curses?
is not. Unfortunately, that was a byproduct of the sigil leaf. She kind of hangs her head in guilt. The nature was thrown out of balance. Creatures grew to enormous sizes. Even the very clouds were infused with that power. The fish grew to enormous sizes. That thing ate the fish, and it grew and grew.
And then it became that big a thing. Okay. Well, at least it's just a creature, and now that things are
Just a
back into
creature.
control.
It is a behemoth that is perpetuated into myth and legend. Supposedly, it has earned a name for itself out in the seven seas as the one responsible for eating the other three.
Yeah, almost, well, by accident, almost killed most of us, so.
Hmm.
I rode it.
That is likely a danger you will face if you were to sail around here for too long.
Oh.
We can try and distract the beast if you're wanting to make a departure.
That might be handy. Certainly not a bad idea.
Mhm.
So
Just trying to think if there's anything else.
Do you think that it would be a good idea to have a four-winged angel figurehead mounted on the front of the boat?
With each wing representing a season because it's secretly Elravan in disguise.
yes.
I mean, I'm cool with that too.
No, we gotta
see.
have an angel with one deer horn, with four wings representing each season, and a
pencil mustache.
goatee. Oh,
And a
sorry,
goatee.
pencil.
Irina, who's never met any of these people, really, is just
Yes.
like, what the hell?
Yep.
Yes, we're having this, and one of its arms will have a hook.
Honestly, people.
Honestly, at this point, it seems like you're just trying to call it the friendship.
The friendship.
Friendship. Yeah.
God damn it!
No, it's a Kiar star.
To be
That's
fair,
really confusing.
four-winged
Kiarstars aboard the Kiarstar.
four-winged angel, the wings like out would actually look like a star, so it would work.
You
So
feel
yeah,
the notes.
yeah,
How about the shooting Kiar star? So that's slightly
that's
different.
fine. The stunning Kiar star.
Stunning Kiar.
Everything is stunning.
The Kiar star chaser.
Oh, you got plenty of time to think about the name.
Yeah, we got win.
The part you're just like, this is the most important thing, not where we're going. Getting there. What do we name the ship?
Well, with that, the sigil leaf get to work on shaping the wood. Meanwhile, the gnomes, the Borzo, they get to work on creating the mechanical sides of things, working like the rudder, the helm, etc., all the moving parts.
Can they somehow make into a steamship?
Well, they don't use steam necessarily, but they do use moonrock.
Yeah, they could fortify it so it's stronger than an average ship. These are
Could be
literally full-on gadget people.
It's gadget meets nature, so it's like that weird fusion.
It would be the
Oh.
perfect ship.
Could
Wait.
be.
Wait. Idea.
Oh no, here we go.
Airship.
Oh boy.
Yes.
Well, I was wondering when one of you was going to ask about the clouds.
We're gonna get shot down.
From
Not if we're in the clouds. Nobody
Yeah.
will see us.
airship, airship, airship.
You know,
We're
we
close
did
to the
make
stars.
these clouds, right?
Yeah, I kind of manipulated some of them at one point, and I think I caused a couple of your islands.
Yeah,
Not big ones.
that's fine. We got plenty to spare. But yes, we did create a special gas which was magical enough that it could lift up islands. That's how we.
So it's not going to be an airship like with propellers. It's going to be like controlling a piece of cloud to guide us along the sky.
Which totally fits with Carius. He would love that. That's kind of his.
This is
Carius,
amazing.
Carius just like grabs the headboards and it's like,
It's like a ship that sails on Nimbus.
Remdigus looks at you. Well,
do it,
Let's
do
get
it, do
to
it, do it, do it.
do the boat building montage. But yeah, I
love
think
it.
that's going to be a fun little downtime session, I reckon. Everyone gathering materials and building this thing, naming it, making out their own little house or quarters in it. Ah, dear, it's going to be mad. But God, I think that brings us to an end of that arc, though. Well, almost. No, we hit all the big major plot points we wanted to, I think.
Well, like with our previous arc, the next episode or maybe next 2 episodes will be the epilogue.
Yes.
Yeah.
Downtime and picking out a new destination and etc. Learning your new abilities as well, practicing those. So awesome. But with that, then we'll give you a fond farewell. Oh. Thank you very much for watching. This is the end of Temple of Sun and Moon, and we hope you enjoyed a little watch this. We will see you very soon on another epic adventure.
To the sky.
To the sky and beyond. Farewell. Farewell for now, mortals.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Oh, that's good.